Distinguished Excellency, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Associate Professor Dr. Jepur Suroso, Registered Nurse. Distinguished Excellency, President of Nova Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, and Technology Philippines, Engineer Feliciana B. Jacoba, Doctor of Education. The Honorable Conference Speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Nurse Umi Soliha, Registered Nurse, Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Professor Adam Lailen from Coventry University of England, Assistant Professor Yu Huilin, Registered Nurse PhD from Taipei Medical University of Taiwan, Profesor Dr. Gandes Profesor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Profesor Jean Nuneski Lasper, Profesor Jean Nuneski Lasper, PhD, Registered Nurse from Nova Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Wasana Ruwasyongnen from Phon Hanh University, Thailand, and to distinguished international nurse
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'du.
Distinguished Excellency, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Associate Professor Dr. Jebul Suroso, Register Nurse, Distinguished Excellency, President of NUVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines, Engineer Feliciana P. Jacoba, Doctor of Education, the Honorable Conference Speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Umi Soliha, Register Nurse, Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Professor Adam Lailen from Coventry University of England, Assistant Professor Yu Huilin, Register Nurse, PhD from Taipei Medical University of Taiwan, Profesor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, PhD from Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia, Profesor Jean Nunes Guilasper, PhD, Register Nurse from NUVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Wasana Ruasinong from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, and to distinguish International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference 2021 participants. This conference is hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia, with its co-host NUVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines. And we proudly invite all speakers from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, Coventry University, England, Khon Kaen University, Thailand, and Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia, NUVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia.
First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given His grace and guidance to all of us, that in this morning we can gather at the second International Nursing and Health Science Conference 2021 event. Salawat and salam always be praised to our great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the bright era with the light of Dinul Islam.
Please allow me, Risha, and my partner Maharani to read the schedule of this event. First, we will read the rules of the conference. Second, the opening session. Third, reading of the holy verses of the Quran. Fourth, we'll be singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Muhammadiyah. Fifth is the committee chairman report.
Six, to opening remarks from 1. The President of NEVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines, President of NEVA SIH University of Science and Technology, Philippines, Engineer Feliciana P. Jacoba, Doctor of Education. 2. Opening speech from Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Associate Professor Dr. Jebul Suroso, RN. Also would like to request Mr. Jebul to open the conference session. Next is photo session. 7 is conference panel. 8 is break session. 10, oral presentation session. And the last event is closing ceremony.
Going to the first event, the rules of the Second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference 2021 are stated as follows. International Nursing and Health Science Conference 2021 rules Tuesday until Wednesday, 5 until 6 October 2021. A. Conference participant. First, participant will be given approximately 45 minutes to start joining the Zoom link. This is to ensure the conference to start on time. Participant non-presenters ID name, non-presenters underscore, name underscore, college name abbreviation, for example, NP underscore Hanif Prasetya underscore UMP. For participants who want to join concurrent session or break, room are required to name their Zoom ID as stated below, non-presenters underscore, room number underscore, participant names, college representative. For example, NP underscore R1 underscore Hanif Prasetya UMP. All conference participants' microphone will be muted by the Zoom host or co-host during invited speaker session. In the discussion session, participants might deliver the question directly or writtenly in the chat room. In order to receive the conference certificate, presenters and participants are required to attend the event until it's finished. Participants are provided from leaving Zoom room during the conference session. Participants should use a specific virtual background provided by the committee. We have two specific rules for oral presenter. One, presenters must follow the name ID start below. Oral presenters underscore, room number underscore, presenter's name underscore, college name abbreviation. For example, OP underscore R1 underscore Hanif Prasetya UMP. Presenters will be required to utilize a laptop or personal computer. Presenters who are assigned into room number 1 can stay in the Zoom main room, while presenters who are assigned into room number 2 until 7 might use the Zoom ID room, which has been provided or saved by the committee.
The second event is opening. Let's open this event with the reading of Al-Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The third will be reading the holy verses of the Quran, Ibrahim verse 7 and Mujadalah verse 11, which will be read by Indi Nikmatul Kamaliyah. For Indi Nikmatul Kamaliyah, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وإذ تأذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم. لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم إن عذابي لشديد. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis. إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم. وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم. يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات. والله Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sadaqallahul Azim. Hopefully what has been read will increase our faith and pity to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. The fourth event was singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Muhammadiyah. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to honor the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit back down.
The fifth event is Committee Chairman Report to Nurse Muhammad Hanif Prasetya Adi MKep, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Associate Professor Dr. Nurse Jebul Suroso, the Honorable Rector Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology Engineer, Feliciana P. Jacoba, Doctor of Education, the Honorable our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Nurse Umi Solihah, Dean of the Faculty of Health Science Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, the Honorable Professor Adam Lailen from Coventry University of England, the Honorable Assistant Professor Yu Huilin, Registered Nurse PhD from Taipei Medical University of Taiwan, the Honorable Professor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, PhD from Universitas Gajah Mada, the Honorable Professor Jean Nunes Quilesper, PhD, Registered Nurse from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, the Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Wasana from Konkan University, Thailand, the Honorable all the committee for the second International Nursing and Health Science Conference 2021, and to our beloved International Nursing and Health Science Conferences 2021 participants. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given his grace and guidance to all of us that this morning we can gather at the second International Nursing and Health Science Conferences 2021 activity event. Salawat and salam always be praised to our great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the bright era with the light of Dinul Islam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference. I am Hanif Prasetya as the chair of the committee. I will not be able to stand here in front of all of you today, if not because 50 amazing people in the organizing committee who have been with me since the very beginning. In bringing this conference into reality, we envision 4 core values: rigor, impact, prestige, and service as the building bricks of the foundation on which we lay our effort and hard work. We accomplish these core values through different aspects of the conferences. I believe that over the next 2 days, we will have fruitful discussion at the second International Nursing and Health Science Conference with the opportunities and challenges of interprofessional education. We are going to learn from the 6 invited speakers who have shared their interesting work. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for conveying such important material so that we can all deepen our knowledge about interprofessional education. Furthermore, I would like to thank all presenters and participants who have joined this conference from all over the world. I'm certain that every presenter will present the application of design research and educational research. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussion of the words, all of us can contribute to to solving the educational problems in our own countries. I'm informed that there are many participants and presenters involved in this seminar international. There are 435 who will attend international seminars and 65 who will attend oral presentation from several countries. I really hope that the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference, which will be held for 2 days on October 5 and 6, can run smoothly until the end. We also asked the rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto to give a speech and at the same time open today's activities event. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeds smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm appreciate and thank you once again for your participation. And I do also hope that we can meet again in third International Nursing Health Sciences conferences in July 2022. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Hanif. And the sixth event is remarks. The first opening speech will be delivered by the President of NEVA Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, to Engineer Feliciana P. Jacoba, Doctor of Education, please.
Excuse me. Salamat siyang. Good day. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Terima kasih. To our partner university, the UNP, particularly to Dr. N.S. Jebul Ceruso, Rector of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Also, allow me to greet the chair of the committee, N.S. Hanif Prasetta Adhi. Also to all other officials, and of course, to all the participants, especially the organizers of this conference. Great day to all of you. Business as usual, even in the education sector. The road to success is not all plains. There are ups and downs and varied challenges that will be met along the way. But we cannot afford to be still because this is our mission. This is our mission in life, excuse me, to work, to move, and to live. Hence, this virtual conference. We are fortunate to have partners in education whose student population is almost as big as ours, whose academic programs are also recognized by the newly ranked Higher Education Directory of World Universities and Colleges, with an equivalent intent of producing highly competent and globally competitive graduates, specifically in the nursing education program. The NUST is happy having UMP as its partner institution toward this goal. The pandemic is still affecting the health of the people all over the world. But even before this prevailing situation, we felt that there is a need for more health workers, especially nurses. Nurses are really needed since then. Without our nurses, who will provide care and enhance the patient's well-being? In this conference, through our partnership with another institution, like the Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto in Indonesia, is expected to boost the morale and help create new practices and ideals in the nursing profession. The emotional strain, workload, insufficient pay, among others, are some of the reasons why nurses leave their profession. With this undertaking we are having now, we desire to reverse the situation, that we shall inspire one another and other institutions and people to create an environment conducive for highly motivated nurses who shall apply and happily serve and value their noble profession. It is our pleasure to be the cause of this event, and in behalf of the College of Nursing, headed by Dean Jean Gillespie, and of course our faculty members and our students, the NUST welcome you all in the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference, and we are looking forward to more fruitful undertakings in the future. Again, to all of you, thank you for attending this international webinar. Have a great day and have a productive day today. Keep safe and healthy, everyone. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you for Mrs. Feliciana.
The second speech as well as the conference opening will be delivered by Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto to Associate Professor Dr. Jebul Suroso, Register Nurse, please.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. Magandang umaga. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Salatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The Excellencies, all keynote speakers, the Honorable Rector of Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology Philippines, Mama Feliciana Jacoba, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences UMP, heads of department and committee, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I like to thank to Allah, our God, for blessing us so we can gather by online platform in this agenda. Salawat and salam always sent to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, so it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second International Nursing and Health Science Conference with the main theme opportunities and challenges of interprofessional education. This international conference is organized by Faculty of Health Sciences Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, collaboration with News Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the committee, especially Mas Hanif Prastyo. Good job and congratulations for you and friends. Good, yeah. And all parties who make this international conference happen via online platform despite the COVID-19 pandemic. I also would like to especially thank to Ibu Profesor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, PhD from Universitas Gajah Mada Indonesia. Thank you, terima kasih Ibu berkenan hadir. Profesor Adam Lailan from Coventry University, England. Yu Huilin RN, PhD from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. Thank you. Mama Jean Willisper from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines. Professor Dr. Wasana Raisangon from Konkan University, Thailand, and also my friend Dr. Nas Umi Solihah, Magister Nursing from UMP, and also for being able to be our speakers in the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference 2021. I believe during this conference, we will learn and discuss a very good issues related to the opportunities and challenges of interprofessional education across countries. The speakers who are going to share their ideas at this conference are the experts in the field. So that this is very good opportunity to learn and get new insight from their expertise. This international conference is very good event, especially as our effort to engage the global community. UMP believe that such program is also important as a way to enhance our relationship with our potential partners. UMP has done many international programs with our partners around the globe. Recently, Department of Nursing UMP have started the student and staff exchange program with Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines. Also, early this year, some nursing students of UMP joined the online inbound program at Taipei Medical University. In the near future, we will work on other collaborative activities with our partner, such as Konkan University, Thailand, and Coventry University, England. We hope that we can always work hand in hand with our partner and develop more mutual collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, in this year, the conference covers more than 15 subthemes, from interprofessional education to disaster nursing. Hopefully, this international conference will allow all participants to get new knowledge from all speakers and presenters. Last but not least, during the pandemic, we wish everyone of health conditions, and we hope to organize the third International Nursing and Health Science Conference offline next year in the 2022. Thank you very much for your participation. We do hope that you will enjoy this program and get the benefit from it. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference. Thank you very much and have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Chipul.
The next event is photo session. We call all participants to turn on the camera. We will guide the photo taking on the count of 3. All right, are we ready? Please give your best smile. First slide. One, two, three. Next. Please turn on the camera. One, two, three. Okay. Last slide. One, two, three. Thank you.
The seventh event is our main session, that is panel session presentation. We proudly invite the moderator to guide the panel session. Assistant Professor Asiandi, Registered Nurse, PhD. Allow me to read the CV of the moderator. Assistant Professor, Registered Nurse, Master of Science, PhD. He graduated from International Doctoral Program in Nursing, College of Medicine, Department of Nursing, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. He is a lecturer and clinical instructor in Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia. Let's welcome Mr. Asiandi. The stage is yours.
Thank you for all of the participants. And I would like to say thank you to all of distinguished speakers. First is Professor Adam Leyland from England. And the second is Professor Dr. Gandes Professor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu from Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and also Assistant Professor Yu Hui Lin from Taipei Medical University, and also Professor Wasana from Konkan University. I will lead this event until the last. I will lead and accompany and guide this conference. We appreciate for all of you to attend this conference. Today, in this year, our conference is choose the theme, opportunity and challenge interprofessional education across countries. Hope we can learn more from our speaker from across of countries, from Indonesia, from Thailand, from Philippines, and hope we can apply it in our clinical situation or community situation in each of our country. So Okay, I would like to invite first speaker, Professor Adam Lyland from England. Professor Adam Lyland will deliver his material by recording. Okay. First, I will read his curriculum vitae. Professor Adam Lyland have some academic achievement. He is strategic lead of partnership in the UK and internationally achieving income target. And he is also lead and supported numerous commercial contract and activity and get some fund. And he is also developed national and international diplomatic relationship with Institute of Healthcare Management, International Network of Health Workforce Education. Next. He also have a professional achievement. First is establish and strategic lead for a new function across Health Education England in educational commissioning, contracting and planning, emphasizing quality, impact and value for annual spend 5 billion and then second is implemented and led a new NHS education contract as a SRO for all health education England core activity and got the lot of funding. Next. His career is as a Health Education England from April 2020 to present. National Head of Commissioning, Deputy of Director of Education Funding, Coventry and Rugby GP Alliance from February 2020 to present, and consultant paramedic and strategic lead of paramedic services. His education and training in 2021, advanced wound care and advanced suturing. And in 2021, also education and training project leadership, the role of senior responsible officer, learning for health. In 2020, COVID-19 e-learning and vaccination training from Pfizer and AstraZeneca, e-learning for health. And the last is 2018, candidate for doctorate philosophy or PhD in healthcare leadership. For understand more and related with Professor Adam Lyland, please visit his orchid related with his curriculum vitae. For Professor Adam, time is yours. Suaranya.
Just to give a little bit of context of healthcare education in England, we had universal health coverage since the establishment of the National Health Organisation in England in 1948. We have over 307 NHS organisations in England alone, with over 2 million staff in the National Health Service delivering care, administrative duties for all of our patients across England. There are over 350 different careers in the NHS and across our healthcare establishment. But we have very different models of education and different funding models across each of these professions. So for pre-registration nursing, midwifery and allied health professions, we roughly take about 3 years to do that education overall. And for dentists and doctors, that's about 5 years in total. We have 76 universities providing healthcare programs and 34 medical schools in England as well. We all work very closely together, both between our National Health Service and the universities, to ensure that we are maximising the total number of people who want to become healthcare workers in the future. But we're faced with lots of unprecedented challenges at this moment in time, not least because of the global pandemic. But before that, we were faced with challenges on a shortage of healthcare workers. The World Health Organization estimated before the pandemic that by 2030, we'd have 18 million people shortfall across healthcare in the world, predominantly across low and middle income countries. But that creates a challenge everywhere. How do we support each other around the world to grow our workforce, to grow the healthcare opportunities we have? And it's been a pleasure of mine to be involved with Indonesia over the last 4 years in supporting universal healthcare coverage and supporting the education of our lecturing staff in universities around Indonesia, so that they're able to provide the best teaching opportunities to the future healthcare professions that we have. It's a very difficult challenge facing not only with the workforce. Interprofessional education development for me is about when healthcare professions from different interprofessional education development for me is about when healthcare professions from different disciplines work jointly together for the betterment of patients. CAPE, the Centre for Advancing Interprofessional Education, states that interprofessional education occurs when 2 or more professions learn with, from and about each other to improve collaboration and the quality of care. The key thing there is about with, from and about. It's not just about putting people in the same room. They have to understand each other's skill sets, each other's backgrounds, and how that as an individual profession supports high quality patient care. CAPE also says that effective interprofessional education improves collaborative practice, which needs to be planned, it needs to be purposeful, it needs to be concerted, and it needs to be sustained. It's no good just doing this as a one-off. This has to be something embedded pedagogically across curriculum, but it's got to be realistic. And I'll keep coming back to this point about being real and being realistic throughout. So you've got to share experiences. You've got to develop a shared purpose of these multidisciplinary professions coming together. That understanding and knowledge of each other's skills and how that then relates to professional working is really important overall. And that does need to develop over time. It needs to be learned with people that you will actually work with. So, for example, not working, it's not worth a paramedic undertaking interprofessional education with a dietitian. It's highly unlikely that those two professions will ever work together in reality. But you could match a dietitian with a nutritionist, or a dietitian with a community care nurse. You could match a physiotherapist with an occupational therapist, or an occupational therapist with a dietitian. You could match a nurse with a paramedic, or a nurse with a physiotherapist. There are so many opportunities to bring together not only two professions, but multiple professions in different ways to support patient care and to support everything that they do together. It's so important that people understand the value that each profession brings to patients, what that does in the support of their improvement of their health, or in the management of their condition. We've seen many times all around the world where professions don't talk together, the impact negatively that has on patients and on their care of the future as well. But there's so many benefits from interprofessional education. It changes the health and social care settings around the world. It allows them to become more integrated. And I've purposely put in there about social care. We can't have health of a nation without the social care of a nation. They are intrinsically linked together. We need to support not only the treatment of disease and injury at the time, as in health, but we also need to support the social settings where we can sort out the prevention of injury and disease. I'm sure many people there today know about comorbidities and how comorbidities can affect the health of populations. And we have to address the population health in order to support the healthcare service going forward as well. And we can do that through social care settings and general awareness to the public. The benefits of interprofessional education development are also in addressing these triple threat challenges that we face around short finances, not enough money, workforce shortages, and aging populations. If we have people that work together, that know what each other's job roles are, how they contribute to patient care, that can impact positively on all of these areas. It will reduce waiting times. It will reduce the cost of care, because if people don't get it quickly enough, cost of care is going to increase. But by knowing how somebody or a different profession can help, can reduce that cost burden overall. It can definitely help with workforce shortages, because if you know what each of these professions do and the value it brings and the different skill sets, you might not actually need to recruit a doctor or a nurse. You might need a physiotherapist instead. That might be better value for money, and it might give better patient care and help with workforce shortages, so that doctors in this example, or nurses, can treat patients that better suits their skill set as well. And we've seen that in interprofessional education in primary care in England, where paramedics are now supporting general practitioners in visiting patients at their home address. It allows the general practitioner to concentrate on the more complex, long-term palliative patients who need extra specialist medical attention and time, compared to a paramedic who can go out, treat patients with minor injuries, minor illnesses, which then hopefully helps them to return to a more normal life, not needing that care of a general practitioner. It's quite obvious, isn't it, that a paramedic's going to be cheaper to train and to pay than a general practitioner. And I'm sure if we looked into the research a bit further, we'd find greater levels of job satisfaction for both general practitioners and for the paramedics supporting these patients in a very different way. So some of the developments that I've seen recently are about making it real life. When I did my training so many years ago now, we didn't really have proper interprofessional education. We were learning in the same room, but we weren't making it real life. We weren't thinking about a patient journey. We weren't thinking about how my role impacts your role, how my intervention with a patient can actually either help or hinder your intervention with a patient at a later date. By making it real, you're seeing that holistic journey of patient care, whether that's through an emergency route or through a primary care route as well. I think it's important, therefore, by making it real, that we have really strong simulations and really strong scenarios that allow you to simulate that real life patient situation. By making it immersive and having immersion contained within that development allows people to embed themselves fully into the situation. For any of the healthcare professionals in the room, I'm sure you would have seen the mannequin picture on the screen there and how we interact with patients in a simulated way. But it tricks the mind. It doesn't allow you to think that is a patient because they're not talking back. Their eyes aren't looking at you. New mannequins do that. Their eyes will follow you. Their eye pupils will dilate and contract dependent on light. Somebody can talk through them. They can see the chest rising, but you still know it's not real. And I'll get on to how I think that can be sorted very shortly. But by immersing people into a situation, making them believe that it's real, is how interprofessional education works. You test the limits of the professions, of the skill sets, of the competencies and the confidence in a very safe way, and that allows people to learn differently. And of course, interprofessional education does not need to be synchronous. It would not necessarily be synchronous with patients. So making it asynchronous gives you that opportunity to make it as real as possible. That could be following a patient notes, one professional to another. It could be observing a professional before they then take part in their activity. By making it real in an asynchronous or a synchronous way, gives opportunities to develop different knowledge and understanding overall. And of course, with technology now, we don't need to be in the same location. If you think about rural healthcare delivery, people could be traveling 20, 30, 40, 50, even 100 miles or more for their healthcare interventions. And that could be in different directions dependent on the profession that they're going to see. So why do we need to make interprofessional learning the same place at the same time? We don't. It can just be done in different locations. We can do interprofessional education internationally. I've seen this in action with students in the past and it works brilliantly. It allows that confidence to be built in a very different way. You're not interacting with people you might see around the university or bump into again. It acts as a professional way. We can often work with professionals that we may only ever work with once and never see them again in a patient setting. But by creating that opportunity internationally across different institutions within a country and also across different courses, faculties, of having different professions, not just healthcare, it allows you to understand different roles. And I just want to elaborate on that point about not always necessarily being in healthcare. It's important to think, who else does a healthcare professional interact with? They interact with administrative staff. Sometimes, if they're unfortunate, with lawyers and solicitors. But they can interact with general managers, business analysts. They could be interacting with emergency planners. So by creating that interprofessional education, not necessarily just with healthcare professionals, allows the professional, whether that's healthcare or not, to understand different roles of people they'll be interacting with in their professional lives. It's so important to think outside of the box with interprofessional education development. And technology can support that connectivity. I'm speaking to you from halfway around the world today, recording this video so that you're able to watch this and see me at this wonderful conference. So technology has a huge role in supporting the development of interprofessional education. So make it real. It's so important that you get those interactions. You could be interacting with somebody who doesn't speak the same language as you. That is a real situation which is faced in healthcare at all times. How do we cope? How do we manage? Healthcare has moved to online in these ways now, through a video camera and a screen, to do assessments, diagnostics, consultations. How can we make that real? How can we embed that into professional education and learn from it? The greatest developments I've seen recently are supporting reflective learning. They're not just happening, they're learning. They're recorded and you're able to watch it back, see what you did, reflect on your practice, reflect on other people's practice, and make it better for the future. Or learn what was really good about something and adapt that and adopt that into your way of working as well. There's so many great developments out there with professional education. One of the most exciting ones for me is around photogrammetry in virtual reality and artificial reality, what I call true immersive technology. What this does is it allows you to embrace the ability to film real people and mock situations. It creates a memory and an immersion that's unparalleled to anything else whatsoever. And it doesn't need to be computer generated, because our perception in our mind changes when it's a computer image. If you can really see a person, an actual person through photogrammetry, you will treat them as a person. If you see a computer generated, you will treat them as a computer. Photogrammetry gives us the opportunity to do something completely new in interprofessional education. And I'm sure many of you would have seen different aspects of virtual reality and artificial reality, augmented reality, to see that in a different way. And I often try and describe to people what I've seen in photogrammetry. And the only way I can ever describe it is if you imagine looking into a room, closing your eyes, not feeling the headset. If you didn't feel it and you opened your eyes again, you would not know you are anywhere different. It is powerfully incredible, and it creates that memory. I can remember the first time I was in a virtual reality photogrammetry session. It looked real. It creates that memory completely. And if you're wondering who that was with, then please do have a look. It's the company on the screen called River. I worked very closely with them on a number of photogrammetry, VR and AR packages, because using that approach, we can truly follow a patient journey through. I'm very passionate about developing an overlay between virtual and real life environments. I have a belief that you can wear a full headset, as you can see on the screen, but also be in a real environment and feel the environment around you, but what's happening is photogrammetry recorded, interactions with patients, thinking of different ways to do that interaction, whether or not that's through machine learning, through branching, where you get options and the scenario plays out differently depending on those options, or of course using artificial intelligence as well. This can help both asynchronous and synchronous learning across different geographic areas around the world. It creates something different, unique, and will support interprofessional education in the modern era that we're in. And it doesn't need to be expensive. Costs are always coming down of all of this equipment, and also collaborating together across institutions, across countries, allows for this to be much more cost effective overall in its entirety. This isn't something you could just use for 1 year, 2 years. You could use this for the next 5 years, even as technology develops. If you think back to the start of my presentation, I talked about the life cycle of pre-registration healthcare in England for nursing, midwives and AHPs being 3 years, and for dentists and doctors being 5 years. That instantly gives a longevity of introducing interprofessional education in a different way. It's got to last for that amount of time. It's got to develop, it's got to grow, but it's got to last. And this is where, for me, photogrammetry has huge long-term, medium-term financial impact and can really support the development of our interprofessional education overall. So a quick example of something that I've been working on recently through the International Network for Health Workforce Education is exactly what I've just been on about. It's a digital platform for healthcare leaders. It's funded through the European Union, and we are developing a package to launch internationally and globally by 2023. And this will be a digital solution to radically transform education. So we're going to use virtual reality as our primary tool for leadership training to improve healthcare systems by broadening those experiences of healthcare leaders, therefore providing better outcomes, services and quality to patients across the European Union initially. And virtual reality offers that educational chance to interact with students through experiential learning that potentially would not be available to them any other way. So the project uses virtual reality to increase leadership capabilities of future healthcare managers and policymakers, and we're using the public health pandemic crisis as the key theme of that training. We know through interprofessional education and through the way healthcare operates that leadership is vital to the success of healthcare systems. And as healthcare professionals, we're often dealing with constant changes, both in the work that we do, but with the patients that we serve as well. And we've got to equip people with the right skills to deal with this change when we've got the important pressing factors for educators, researchers, and policymakers alike. I'm really proud to be part of this project with 6 key partners from across Europe, being led by the International Network for Health Workforce Education. I think it's truly exciting to be able to do something in a digital technology way that supports interprofessional learning across all different healthcare professions to get them into an understanding of leadership and management. And of course, it can be used across different disciplines outside of healthcare as well. So how would you deal with prioritizing this situation? How would you deal in problem solving? And it picks up on those core themes of communication, leadership, problem solving, interprofessional working, team working, and how we bring different skill sets together to produce excellent outcomes overall. This was based on some work that I did when I worked at Coventry University for an event called CovSim, where we did an in-person simulation of a music festival disaster. We had 6 stations which supported interprofessional education for 6 students at a time, working through these 6 stations. And that looked at emergency planning students, journalism students, law students, business students, all healthcare students, paramedics, nurses, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, operating department practitioners, speech and language therapists, physiotherapists, dietitians, nutritionists. It allowed everybody to work together in a very different way and went through in a very structured manner each scenario with a debrief at the end and an opportunity for reflective learning as well. And now I'm taking that concept and using that within our VR Health Leaders project as well to support interprofessional education development for the future people that are going to be supporting healthcare and other professions around the world. So some of the key learning that I hope you can take away from this presentation today is the 3 areas that make interprofessional education development with technology come together in the future. And that's about the quality of the education. The pedagogical approach to immersive learning, to interprofessional learning, needs to be of quality and needs to be structured in the right way. We need to have impact on patient care in the future. That's more difficult to measure. That's a longitudinal study. That's looking at following people through. But that research will be incredible to understand how interprofessional education development can support patient care of the future. But it's also got to have value to the profession. As I said before, it's no good having professions being educated together if they're never going to work together. It just won't work. They're not getting any value from that. It needs to add value to them as a professional, which then in turn impacts on patient care, all led through that quality of education. So my key points that I think I'd like to share with you overall are to embrace technology. Don't be afraid of it. Use it in ways that you thought wasn't possible. Most people have got used to using laptops, computers, phones. We can run things through that for interprofessional education. It doesn't have to be expensive. There are so many free platforms now to support interprofessional education. Many people working in universities are experts in their areas and can develop situations based upon their real life knowledge as well. And it's so important to make it as real as possible. Very often with simulation, we're used to just going elaborate, coming up with crazy ideas of something, whereas actually sometimes the simple real life experience that people have got to develop scenarios has more impact, has more value, because that's what the professions are going to be doing when they are in the real world with patients. And think about creating a memory, not just an experience. We all have memories. We can all recall things using memory faster than we can using experience. We remember things in very different ways when we're immersed and creating memory than when we've been passive, seeing it on a screen or in a different way. If you're fully immersed, it's all around you, you create that memory overall. And that for me is what helps support better interprofessional education. And remember, it's not necessarily about what the context is. It's about how it's done. So going back to the point of don't just put people in the same room. Make sure there's value to that profession. What are they getting out of it? How are they going to change their care, change their practice in the future by that memory, by that experience, by that interprofessional education that they're receiving. That's what's important. The scenario, the how, and the value. That brings together the development of interprofessional education in a new, modern, updated way. I hope that has been of some help. I hope you've enjoyed the last 36 minutes together. I am very sorry that I cannot be with you in person there. I would much prefer to be with you in Purwokerto at this time. I had a lovely visit a number of years ago, and it was an incredible time to be there. I am wishing you the very best and very successful conference over the next 2 days. I'd like to thank again the Universitas Muhammadiyah of Purwokerto, and thank you to the Dean of the Faculty, the Rector of the University, and my very good friend Davita, and the Chair of the Council for inviting me along to do this keynote presentation for you today. I will try my very best to join you for a discussion. Unfortunately, it's very early in the morning for me in England when that is taking place. If I am unable to be there, please do feel free to email me, Instagram, Twitter, or LinkedIn me any questions that you may have, and I will get back to you as soon as I possibly can do. Thank you again for your hospitality. Thank you for the invitation, and I wish you a very successful rest of the conference. Take care, my friends, and goodbye from England.
Okay. Thank you for Professor Adam Lyland from Coventry University. He already delivered his material to us related with interprofessional education. If you have any question, you can write your question in the chat room and we will send to him by email. Yeah. And or maybe if you have directly question, you can write the question and we will write your question and send your question to Professor Adam. Okay, temporarily we don't have any question for Professor Adam. Panel. Okay, we can continue to the second speaker. The second speaker is Professor Yu Hui Lin from Taipei Medical University. I will read her curriculum vitae. Curriculum vitae, Mas. Professor Yu Hui Lin is assistant professor in Taipei Medical University since 2017. In 1999 to August 2011, he is instructor in Kangning University, former Kangning Junior College of Medical Care and Management. From August 1993 to August 1995, she is registered nurse in Taiwan University. Her background of education: Bachelor of Nursing, graduate in 1997 from University of Newcastle, Australia. Master of Education in University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, graduate in year 1999. And he was pursue her Doctor of Philosophy from Taipei Medical University in 2017. Between of her publication is, first is Continuity of Care and Self-Management Among Patients with Stroke, a cross-sectional study published in Healthcare Journal in 2021. The other publication is entitled Increased Systolic Blood Pressure Mediate the Relationship Between Urate and Gout Risk in Indonesia, a novel application of a partial least square structural education model, published in Biological Research for Nursing. She is writing together with Ms. Dia Kurniasari and the other author. That's about the curriculum vitae from Professor Yu Hua Lin. For Professor Yu Hua Lin, time is yours.
Hello, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes?
Ma'am, you're audible.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Can everyone see the screen? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me here this morning. I'm Yu Hua Lin. I am currently an assistant professor at School of Nursing, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. I'm glad to have this opportunity to introduce you group objective structural clinical examination we call GOSCI and experience from Taipei Medical University. The background picture is the campus of Taipei Medical University, TMU. TMU was founded in 1960. In recent years, TMU has been honoring in management while seeking breaking through and innovation. The university has experienced growth and progress in teaching, research, and service. It has gained consistent recognition both domestically and internationally. And TMU has strongly promoted internationalized effort with total of 200 partner institutions around the world, conducting international research, cooperating with many institutions. According to the US World University Ranking, TMU was ranking 407 worldwide in 2020 and being highest ranking private university in Taiwan. And moreover, when looking at the rank of subject by School of Nursing, TMU has ranked as 51 to 100 worldwide, such as treatment. Sure, like TMU is not only diligent in research, but also delicate to teaching and the learning environment. Today, I want to share with you how TMU use of Goldsky as a teaching strategy to enhance students' clinical skill and to promote communication and teamwork learning. And simulation education is a bridge between classroom learning and real-life clinical experience. Simulation allowed replication of clinical care and the safe environment for students without the pressure and the competency of a real care environment, improving integrate of theory and the practice instruction. In order to promote and implement institution education, TMU has established a university level of unit, which is a Center for Education in Medical Simulation. We call SAMS or CEMS. And the Center for Education in Medical Simulation of TMU is the most modern simulation center in Taiwan. This SAMS is in charge of the promotion and planning simulation education to integrate teaching resources among 3 affiliate hospitals and 11 professional schools. The center has started to promote simulation in medical courses since 2008. It was originally a unit of School of Medicine, but it's later changed to a university level unit because all professional schools has such simulation training needs. And SAMS provides training programs such as TRM, Goldsky simulation training to students, allow them to demonstrate their ability and verify the effectiveness of their action, reducing the chance of the medical malpractice and the contribution to patient safety in the future. In recent years, the center also developed a VR STEM program. I think in total we have held more than 40 teaching programs. The goal skill that I want to share with you today currently has 6 teaching programs with 11 professional school participants in the Goldsky. Okay, what does a Goldsky stand for? As everyone see on the screen, Goldsky stands for Group Objective Structural Clinical Examination. The Goldsky is derived from OSCE as modification of OSCE format with a group of student participants at each station. The IOM, Health Professional Education Committee, released a report recommending that all health professionals should be educated to provide patient-centered care as a member of an interdisciplinary team that emphasizes evidence-based practice, quality improvement method, and informatics. And one of most difficult of these competencies to master is teamwork and the cooperation. And traditionally, students study content relevant to their specialty, but have little experience interacting with students from other professional schools. We think that perhaps the Golski during the school year can help students to improve their teamwork skills. And before we get into Golski, let's review a little bit the OSCE. As we know, OSCE is a hands-on real-world approach which designed to test clinical skill performance and the competence in skills such as communication, clinical examination, and medical procedure. It can detect clinical skill that cannot be measured by traditional written tasks. The method has in point to evaluate clinical skill of healthcare-related students, such as medical students, nursing students, respiratory therapy students. And OSCE usually comprises a circuit of short stations. Each student is examined on a one-to-one basis with one examiner, or we call tutor. The interaction with a series of standardized patients. The OSCE does have many advantages in assessing the competence of practicing physicians, like clinical skill of medical students and the screen of specialty list. However, it is use limit because it's time consumer, labor intense, performance-based tests such as OSCE do have a significant impact on students' learning behavior and have great educational value. But as patient demand become increasingly complicated, multi-phase, and the challenge, no single profession can optimize patient care. And in a clinical setting, teamwork is essential for in providing patient care. There must be a multi-occupational group work together to discover, assess, solving problems instead of working alone. Interprofessional cooperation has been linked to a range of outcomes, including improving inpatient safety, case management, and optimal use the skill of each healthcare team member, and the provision of better health service. In many cases, students from one health discipline, such as medical school students, only learn the content related to their profession, but very limited authentic experience communicate with or understanding or partnering with colleagues from other disciplines. But among the competence to be mastered in their career, one of the most challenging ability is teamwork and cooperation. Thus, the interprofessional education is the strategy addressing multi-professional education, interdisciplinary learning, cooperative learning, and the shared learning from two or more professions. Before our students become health professionals in their field, interprofessional program can help students to work together as a team to learn, integrate interdisciplinary comprehensive approach and cooperate skill and deep understanding of other healthcare professions. And to increase opportunity interdisciplinary team exercise, we have been organizing and planning a series of structured lessons, such as Golski, in a simulated medical course, which is expect increasing interpersonal interaction and the effective communication skill within OSCE. Third, the GOSCE at TMU is a training program that combines skill and knowledge from this different disciplines, or we can say from different schools. Our GOSCE appear to be an OSCE combined with IPE, interprofessional education. It could lead students to be more observant, critical in discussion, and be relative of professional feedback. And I think it could also call interprofessional team objective structural clinical examination. Third, GOSCE at TMU is not only good form, but also an interprofessional setting in students practice from several different professional disciplines. And just as like OSCE, GOSCE is a performance-based test. It is a hands-on simulate clinical situation approach which designed to test clinical skill performance and the competence in skill, such as communication and the interpretation of a result. And same as OSCE, GOSCE comprise a circuit of a short stations. A group of students rotate through the stations, and each site has different examiner can provide immediately feedback to students. Next two tables show the implementation of OSCE at TMU in last 5 years. We can see like the school school participant including the School of the Medicine, School of Medicine, School of Nursing, and that many. A total of 11 disciplines. 11 professional schools. And you can see the School of Nursing participant at least one GOSCE program almost every semester. Currently, we have 6 GOSCE teaching program and 3 for each semester. And each program consists 3 lessons. We have 6 teaching program, has 3 each semester, right? And for example, School of Nursing practicing in physical examination in neurological system in the first semester in 2018. The third year's nursing students and 4 years medical student participant in this program. And a blueprint of each GOSCE is prepared according to clinical curriculum, and all stations are mapped according to each clinical competency. The GOSCE station consists of different clinical tasks that match clinical curriculum. Take this as an example. Physical examination in neurological system has consistent of 3 lessons, including GCS assessment, 12 cranial nerve assessment, and the motor sensory relax examination, 3 stations. Later, I'm going to use this GOSCE program neurological examination as an example to share with you our arrangement and the practice for this examination. Okay, I would like to share the experience of how we implement GoSki in School of Nursing. At the beginning of each semester, the simulation center will hold a course consensus meeting. The program coordinator and the clinical tutor or examiner review the teaching program and the station and have a standardized section during in which they agree on how to conduct a GoSki and how to evaluate students and give the feedback. And then prior to start the GoSki, an announcement will be sent to the student to inform them to prepare the practice and their skills. And they also have received a lesson plan, like a handbook for this GoSki. The handbook like this. We got the handbook. I think we get the teaching plans will be made into a handbook like this every semester, every program, right? And let me change the screen. Can everyone see the change? Okay, this is our OSCE program for this semester. I want to share with you in a moment. And since all the most of the content of the menu are in Chinese, let's just have a little bit a brief overview of this menu, and I will try to translate it into English later. And to create a new curriculum for first, we must set up a clear goal. The clinical task chosen for GoSki should match learning objective of the course and the learning level of students from different schools. We must consider what have students already learned, which courses on this topic meet the same learning objective and shared by different schools. And in this neurological examination of OSCE, students practicing in this semester, including fourth-year medical students and third-year nursing students. All the students studied physical assessment in previous semester. So we have set four learning objectives that you can see on the screen. And let me try. Okay, and this the group and all this all the blueprint for each GoSki is prepared according to the clinical curriculum, and all stations are mapping according to each clinical competency. And the GoSki station consists of different clinical tasks that match clinical curriculum. The station use the GoSki such as assess, as I said earlier, all requirements need for each GoSki station prepared and review in advance by a clinical skill team. This includes student instruction, checklist for assessment students' performance, other equipment need for stations such as stack phone and percussion hammer, and training simulate patient. Students from 3 different schools work together. The department choose a compulsory subject. The Golski in this component is a one component compulsory course. It constitutes 5 to 10 of total grade. For student, for this is example, the School of Nursing corresponded to medical surgical nursing practicum 1, and it's consistency to 5% of total grade. This is a list of students going to take the Golski this semester. You can see that we have 9 batches of Golski schedule for this semester. On the day of a Golski, students are informed about how the Golski carry out and what to expect after complete the Golski. Each student in the Golski program will reassign to a new learning group. Students from each school are divided equally into 3 groups and reassigned to each station. Students from 3 different schools work together, like medical school and nursing school, respiratory therapy schools that work together. And you can see that the medical school students has large numbers. And we have a student handout or handbook with a case scenario that include basic information such as age, blood pressure, and heart rate. And case description show when and how this patient entered to ER. Like this case, Mr. Zhang has taken to the hospital emergency room by ambulance. A serious task will be explained by the clinical tutor on the spot as the student enter the station. And in this example, we design the layer should be 3 component the assessment of neural system, as we stated in earlier, which include GCS assessment, 12 cranial nerve assessment, and motor, sensory, and the reflex examination. Each station was allocated of total 28 minutes, like this, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, I will show this later. Okay, in this 28 minutes, during the initial 10 minutes, a group review the station scenario discussion with which history and physical nation component, like to emphasize the development of plan for interaction. Next, the designated student for the station has 5 minutes or for her or his interaction with the standardized patient, after in which other students and the tutor have 8 minutes to correct or and the component and the components. The faculty tutor and the standardized patient provide immediately feedback on the group performance. The feedback as a structure allow for self and the peer assessment. The clinical tutor first will ask the student to comment on his or her own performance. Then his or her peer are asked if they have suggestions for improvement. Final, the clinical tutor provide the feedback. And then during the final 5 minutes, student then take the time perform the assigned task as they move around the station. And this is the full plan and the setup stations. The teaching and the learning take place in a simulation environment in 3 well equipped clinical simulation lab, and is quite fascinated by trained clinical tutors. This is the movement of is the movement in stations. Vygotsky provide a chance for the learner to observe each other, performing the clinical task at each station, and more importantly, practice self-assessment and receive feedback. At least a sample proportion of checklist. The items that led for the checklist was skilled that faculty felt students should be able to perform, assign a score or weighting for each task. All students in a group receive the same score for a station. A student's composite Vygotsky grade was the average for 3 stations. Then students complete a questionnaire at the end of the Vygotsky. After completing the Vygotsky, students evaluate the Vygotsky by filling out a questionnaire to record their opinion and their certification level of course and the tutor. Here's the students' average grade of Vygotsky in the past few years. Averagely, students are doing well in this course. And here are the result of students' certification survey. The students evaluate its favor as a technique of teaching program on scale of to 5, and overall course certification score is 4.47. I think should be quite okay, right? And here are the score of certification to the tutor. The average certification score is 4.67. Students are satisfied with the instruction skill of teaching, oral experience, express more motivation. Students and the students are satisfied with the class hour, and they are learning new concept and techniques. And Vygotsky is the teaching strategy, and not only provide opportunity to test students' ability to integrate knowledge, clinical skill, and the communication with patient, but also has end benefit being so effective for assessing clinical skill. And furthermore, Golski can also provide additional parameter to assess students' performance as well as receive a feedback from peers. By receiving feedback in a small setting, observation students have opportunity to hear how others perceive the skills demonstrate, and students feel a deeper connection to the learning activity when formative feedback were provided into their peers. And using a Golski with the feedback improve team abilities such as making sure decision, problem solving, deal with unexpected event, as well as interview skill, like communication skill with patient, and like some professional principles such as consent reflex encourage participants. Therefore, I think Golski is beneficial to all learners in group. And since we have experience with Golski, there's something like note to remind about the development of Golski, like focus on the topic meet the learning objective shared by different schools, and which task suit for group examination and can be break down into subtasks, and what students already studied and how long will the test take, which station administer the test, and what kind of case will be taken, and what are the examiner tasks, and what the standardized patient being applied, how many are there, and what model or instruments are to be used. And I think, finally, I think Golski is a modified from Olski to serve as a method of teaching strategy rather just than examination. And primary change were to adopt it for use by a small group instead of individual. I think it will enhance their leadership, communication skill, and their personal and professional behavior. And by conducting Golski, we have conduct our curriculum by incorporating simulation-based environment, including people and equipment. As a formative clinical assessment tool to improve teamwork among different professions before student clinical exposure in the future. Okay, I would like to share a video. The last video I would like to share later, and is a video of our university SAM Center performing simulation education and the Golski video. Let me share this.
你好，我是编辑的治安医师，帮你缝一下伤口。干嘛？我们一步步来，那你先躺下，我们才能帮你缝合伤口，好不好？好，我就看着你缝，好，我们就不要给我出差错哦。忍耐一下，忍耐一下，先不要乱动。
哇，哦，怎么会来这里咯？
医生，病人情形好像有点意识有点奇怪。
王先生，听见我的声音吗？王先生。护理师帮我拿1号，请大家过来急救。
好，交案结束。
陈先生早安，我是你的护理师。陈先生，病人没有反应，没有
么反应？缺 pulse，
没有 pulse，
病人没有脉搏，需要求救，急诊留观区，病人应卡。
我都没有异物。他是什么 case 啊？
他是需要病定56岁男性，早上解的4次 Terry。第一届有这种，就是整个都是临床模拟环境的东西。
现在直播指命几点给？你要开始 CPR，开始
你如果今天不了解这个状况，你在新人面对一定会傻住，然后不知道该怎么办。可以在这边一直重复的练习，累积经验，这样。黄医师，
怎么了？冠军，
你昨天有一个肠胃道出血的病人啊，然后早上的时候我们去看他 conscious loss， 一个就求 VF， 我们有 CPR 了，可是他人没有回来。
好，没关系。这个病人那个阿长告诉我他的状况，不过我想有时候病人的状况总是很难预期的。那我就会再去跟家属解释病情。
好，那就麻烦你了。
急救过程有没有遇到什么问题？
有几个状况要跟你讲一下。
好，我帮你抽血喽。下肢角度60到90，好，深呼吸。
我们考试的方式呢，跟我们一开始前面是一样的。我们会抽4个人上来，分别做10处扣顶。
吸气，呼吸。
脉络在36度，呼吸25， heart rate 120，CT 190。
好，申请读题。考生请进入诊间。
你好，我是今天帮你问诊跟做基本检查的医学生。请问是王丽美小姐吗？
是。针对刚才你的病史询问跟理学检查，这病人有可能的疾病是什么呢？
我刚刚有想到可能是 SAH 或是它是原发性的偏头痛。
我们一直到国外去取经。然后会有一些新的东西学回来，然后我们一直在培养我们的师资，所以到现在6、7年来，我们的师资可以说非常的充足。
Okay, that's all my sharing, and I think we got a lot to learn. But like some experience I want to share. Thank you. That's my last slide. Thank you so much for your attention. And it's all to share with you today. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Is any question?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lin. Already shared the knowledge related with how to apply the GOST in Taipei Medical University. We learn a lot from you, and perhaps any question. We have any question because probably.
Okay, let me see.
Directly, yeah. Okay, problem. We got some question for problem. From Umi Rahmayanti, how much do we spend at the Center for Education in Medical Simulation? She also asked, can I use this? Can I get the scholarship, for example? How much do we spend at the center? Yeah, a lot of money, of course. Yeah, but
I think it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think we also have another question from Philippines. Oh, from Mom James from Philippines. She asks you, Professor Lin, may I ask if you are accepting online enrollment for undergraduate for GOST? Yeah, maybe from Mom Jane is interesting with how if the student can enroll online, for example. I think that's two question for problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
First, the question asked me how much we spend on the center. I have no idea actually because it's as I said, it's established like gradually as was original a unit of a school of medicine, and after we every school professional school needs, so it's upgrade to the university levels. And I think it's not for the equipment. I think most variable is for the teaching program. How you conduct the teaching program, I think is the most important for in this center, I think. And the other question is, can I use the scholarship? I think it's one of a training program. It's consist in each like professional schools. As I say, we got 11 professional school or 11 department, and each department have their different GOSCI program or simulation program, but it's a part of the program, a part of a whole study program, not just only for GOSCI or only for simulation program, right? Okay, so I think it's not kind of a scholarship for this. And the other question is, did you have obstacle when doing interprofessional education in the field? I think, of course, yes. When we do anything, I think we have some maybe we will face some problem or something may happen. I think, but you know, we have quite a lot of experience. We change every time. We modify everything, and we are like to evaluate each program at the end of the semester, and we have then each semester before the program start, then we will to do the consensus meeting to like assessing to change a little bit every time. So I think so far I think we are doing quite well at the moment, right? And what else? Online environment for undergraduate OSCE, I think is I think the online undergraduate for OSCE, I think it's quite difficult, you know, because in this program we want to create an environment for different students from different schools. They can have an interaction. But as everyone know, since we have online program, like since the pandemic happened, we have a lot of online program. Sometimes I always think I don't feel students online. You know, I think people talk online is quite not very friendly, and I think it's not good idea for online program for GOSCE.
Okay, we have one question from the participant. Nurma? Nurma Utami, can you? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Please.
You heard
question.
My voice?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mom and everyone. I have a question for Prof. Lin. The question is, has it ever happened that between interdisciplinary students had different strong opinion, for instance, in the data interpretation or problem solving, and how the various instructor solve this situation.
Sorry, I
Oplin,
didn't get.
Okay.
do you got the point?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Norma, just short question.
Yeah,
You can
sorry.
repeat it.
Okay, I will repeat it, Mom. The question is, has it ever happened that between interdisciplinary students had different strong opinion, for instance, in the data interpretation or problem solving, and how the kiosk instructor solve this situation?
You mean when
Oh,
like I sorry, I didn't get really the idea of your question. Is your question is about if they are doing something like problem solving, how the instructor or tutor to get the feedback? Is it that? Is
Yes.
your question of that?
Is it Rosalind?
Oh,
sorry.
Okay, no, because as I said earlier, we got we will like observe students how they interact with the standardized patient. After that, then we will have like a short term discussion to break down how the students to like their interaction while their interaction with patient. Then we will give some advice to the students if in this circumstances, what will you do and what will be better to do, and we will give something like some point, because for the time limit, actually I got this other video like we show to
Excuse me, Problem.
students.
The question is about the different strong opinion between student. If they have a different opinion between, yeah. For example, in
when
the
they
data
have a
interpretation,
different opinion, that
yeah,
same group they
how to
have a
solve?
different opinion. We got it is say let me show like this. Can everyone see this?
Not yet.
Can you see that? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We ask a student to they will discuss first at the first 10 minutes. So where they will conclude one like they want to how to perform want to do this section, right? And we choose some students to come out to interaction with the patient. And after that, if still have some other opinion, they can use this section to correct or to feedback or to provide their opinion at this section. And the tutor and the standardized patient will give the feedback at this time. And because it's no, actually, I think it's no really exactly the standardized answer. So I think anything, and we can accept all the opinions at that time. Is that I answer your question?
Do you got the point, Norma? Or maybe we have Norma. Do you got the point?
Yes, sir. I have got the
Okay.
point. Thank you so much, Prof. Lin.
We can continue to the other participant. Who is the other participant? Directly question to Prof. Lin, please. Okay, I will check it in the chat room. Oh, Prof. Lin, this is another question for you. Has it ever happened that between interdisciplinary students had the no. Oh. The yes, into question. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Lin. Thank you. The main goal of GOSTI is to increase their teamwork. So how many times students experience GOSTI throughout their school year? And about the instructor and tutor to evaluate GOSTI, is a team evaluated by one instructor or by each instructor from nursing, physician, or etc.? Yeah, complicated. Yeah. Okay. The main goal of GOSTI is to increase their teamwork. So how many times students experience GOSTI throughout their school years, or how many times? How many times, it will be ideally? Yeah.
During their course, like 4 years of study in university, students got a lot, many OSCE that they have GOSCE for maybe about, I think, at least 6 times. We got a 6 program. So they, as I showed earlier, we got three GOSCE in a semester, but they will perform to different grade students. I think they got 6 times in
Yeah, at
their
least 6.
school years. And in our clinical tutor, including nursing school teachers, and also including our affiliate hospitals physician, and such as we will invite the doctors to be their tutors in each stations.
Yeah. How about the evaluation? Is it evaluated by one, by nursing, or together by nursing, physician, for example, or physiotherapy, for example?
What do you mean? You mean there's one by one is like no, GOSCE is like not like OSCE. We got a group in a group, right? And we got one tutor and one standardized patient in one group.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a central evaluation, right? Centralized. Yeah. So together, it can be by nursing or physician or together.
Yeah. So like I say, it's a cross in departments or interdisciplinary education. It's like IPE, I think.
Okay, probably we got the point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Do we have any other question? Oh, okay. Because we don't have any other question, so we would like to appreciate the Prof. Lin, and we can show the certificate
Thank you
to
so much.
Professor Lin.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you,
thank you so much to have
Prof.
me
Lin.
here. And thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Okay,
bye-bye.
if any question, you can email me later.
Yeah,
as
okay.
well. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yolanda.
Just so. Okay. Thank you for Professor Lin and for all of the participants. Oh, okay. Can continue, right? Just continue. Okay, we continue to the next speaker. The next speaker will be delivered by Professor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, Master Medical Education PhD from Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. The presentation entitled is Policy of Interprofessional Education and Interprofessional Collaboration in Indonesia, Sharing of Community and Family Health Care, Interprofessional Education in UGM over the years from the beginning until pandemic of COVID-19. Firstly, I would like to read curriculum vitae from Professor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, PhD. She is a professor in medical education, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. She teach some of the course, for example, learning how people learn in medical. 1, 2, and assessment development in medical and health professional education 1 and 2, and also she teach in research in medical education. His background education is he is a doctor in physician from Gajah Mada University of Jakarta 1995, and also the physician professional education also in UGM, and she got the Magister in medical education in University of Dundee, United Kingdom in 2001, and Doctor of Philosophy in Medical Education in University of Dundee, UK, 2005. Some of experience in research, we can see she have experience in for example, exploration of unhealthy food consumption pattern in Sleman region by interprofessional undergraduate health student. And the other study, for example, encouragement and challenge for lecturer at Faculty of Medicine writing multiple MCQ question, and also some other research, many other research from Professor Gandes Retno Rahayu. For the next, we will give the times for Professor Gandes to present her topic today. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, moderators. Excuse me, can you hear my voice clearly?
Clear, Prof. Clear.
Okay. Very good morning and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best greeting from Yogyakarta, and I want to deliver my gratitude and thanks to committee who invited me to share about the topic that already mentioned by the moderator regarding the policy of IPE and IPC in Indonesia and sharing experiences of IPE implementation from my faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing Universitas Gadjah Mada. So my name is Gandes Retno Rahayu, and you can call me Gandes. Currently, I'm Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs at the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing Universitas Gadjah Mada. Within 45 minutes given to me, I would like to present the topic, and obviously feel free to raise question and write down in the chat so we can discuss after the presentation. I would like to share my presentation. Can you see clearly?
Yes, clear.
Thank you very much. So I would like to divide my presentation into three sections. The first is about why IPE, why we do interprofessional education. The second is example of the implementation of IPE in our faculty. And then the last section is about challenges and several practical tips for those who want to implement or those who want to improve the IPE in their own institution. So I think the first speaker already explained very clearly about the definition of the IPE. So I just highlighted that from the campaign that beside this is occasion for students from 2 or more profession in health and social care learn together. It can be during all or part of their professional training, with the main objective is to cultivate collaborative practice. Yeah, so I believe we already know about it. And in the context of Indonesia, interprofessional education actually is aimed to enable graduates that have a readiness to work together in team with people from similar profession or other health professional team from different profession. So here I took 2 examples, what is written clearly in the national standard. The first is national competency standard of Indonesian doctors. There are 7 areas of competency that be mastered by graduate when they graduate. And one of the area of competency is what we call as professionalism. And under the professionalism, you see here in the red box at the right side, that it is expected that the graduate can work interprofessional in a team, in a healthcare team for the safety of the patient. So it is clearly written. And I also try to see in the nursing area, and I took it from nurse competency standard, and there are 5 core competency. One of the competency is that practice based on ethic, legal, and cultural sensitivity principle. And under that competency, it is also clearly written that it is expected that the graduate can maintain and keep as well as building professional relationship with nurse and other health professional from qualified nursing services. So it is also written clearly. And I guess I also believe that in other health profession, it is also written in the standard that working collaboratively is important. Readiness to be able to work together is one of that we expect from the graduates. So it does make sense that then the institution should provide experience and facilitate the growth of that kind of competency. And if we see again here in from the document that is very well known and referred by many institutions in the world, that actually between interprofessional education and collaborative practice is interdependent. And here, as an educational institution, our duty is to prepare the graduate for readiness to work together, to work collaboratively. And I think this is one of the important factors that will enable them to work collaboratively in practice in the future when they graduate. But it's not the only factors, because they're working under bigger system, a health system at the macro level, and a hospital or another, for example, healthcare center or other setting. There's also micro and meso factors, the interactional factors, the organizational factors, and then the structural clinical care and so on. So we understand that interprofessional education is important, but it's not the only factor that will affect collaborative practice will occur so smoothly. Okay. And for those participants who want to start to implement or design interprofessional education, for participants who want to reflect their current practice of IPE in their institution, or for those participants who want to improve the implementation of IPE in your own institution, actually there are many available evidence that can be used as a guidance to design, to improve, or to reflect. So I put here some example, and you can explore any other example. And some of the example I put here actually a systematic review. So there is a systematic review that try to compare interprofessional education in global health. There is also a systematic review to see effectiveness of IPE in healthcare. And there is also a systematic review to see interprofessional education and allied health. And there's also controlled trial experience to evaluate program for health professional students, the positive impact of IPE, and so on. There's also as well a paper from Indonesia written by our colleague here that also doing systematic review to see objectively measure interprofessional education outcome and factor that enhance program effectiveness and others. So before you design, or when you want to improve, or when you want to reflect, I think it's always good a practice to try to see what evidence say, and then what is the gap, what should I fill up in our design, and so on and so on. So I think it will be like an assistant to provide insight. And now I'm going to present briefly about how interprofessional education implemented in our faculty. Actually, we have four examples, but here in this session, I just want to show very shortly 2 examples. One is what we call as community and family healthcare interprofessional education. And then the second is summer winter course. Remember my first slide that it can be part of the curriculum, or it can be occur longitudinally as the whole curriculum. So I would like to pick up example that show both a possibility. Yeah. So the first is about community and family healthcare interprofessional education. We call it community and family. Why? Because in our institution, community education already been in our blood since several decades ago. So community-based education always one of the core value that we hold until now. And so since 2013, we started this program, Community and Family Healthcare Interprofessional Education. And if you want, you can also try to open the website. There are more detailed explanation about how the program is going on, how the managerial, the structure, and then also some documentary, what has happened for first year, second year, third year, fourth years. There's also YouTube from Community Family Healthcare team that you also can access. The implementation, evaluation also already presented or published or disseminated in several occasions, including conferences as well as journal. This is, I only pick up, for example, that already try to evaluate as well as to show the effect of community family healthcare interprofessional education that we did. So how it is done. So again, community is the context. The first speaker providing very good example about how to use technology for IPE, and then the second speaker tried to explain about GOSCE and in a simulated setting, clinical setting context. And here I would like to put example in a community context. So this is mandatory for medical student, nursing student, nutritional student to take this IPE, Community Family Healthcare IPE, mandatory. And it has a 7 credit semester unit from semester 1 into semester 7. So one credit semester every semesters. And it occurs from semester 1 to semester 7. And every year there is a topic, there is a focus that is used as a contact for the IPE. So for first year, for example, the focus is on team building and local culture, how to be sensitive with the local culture. And then the second year, the focus is family health, what factors that affect family health, what kind of simple treatment that can be used to improve family health. The third year focus is on community health. So it's bigger rather than family. And then the fourth year is about emergency and disaster preparedness. And along the first until the fourth year, first semester until 7th semester, it is embedded the competency of IPC. So value, ethic, role, responsibility, communication, teamwork embedded along the 7th semester or for 4 years. So what has happened is that the student is a group in a small group, and the group should consist of 5 or 6 students from medical, nursing, and nutritionists. Yeah, nutrition, and they have with what we call as keluarga mitra, partner family. Yeah. So, for example, for first year student, every group they have 2 until 3 family partner family. And then for second year as well, and for third year, because the focus is community health, so they have around 10 family partner to work with. Yeah. So here you can see the number of the student for each year we have from 3 profession, the number of the group, yeah, the number of the supervisor. So we have supervisor from our faculty. We also have field instructor from Puskesmas, primary healthcare, also from Dusun and so on, and also the number of the partner family, the household for each year that we work together. This is like the distribution of the household, the partner family partner from 2014 until 2020. If you see the map here, except the yellow one, the red, the pink, green, blue, is the area that we work together, the area that our students work there. And there is also a list of the village where our students work with the family there. Before the pandemic, obviously that we have several kind of methods, including large group teaching, like lecturing. We have group dynamic. We have also small group learning. They go to the partner family in a group. They also doing like services to the villages, education, and so on. So it is done in the campus, it is done in the faculty, as well as in the partner family, in the healthcare center as well. So this is a mixed method before the pandemic. There's also some of modules that help the student to focus on what they need to learn. And during the pandemic, there are 2 things that I would like to present here. The first is during a year of pandemic, middle of March until May, June, we have emergency response. So because the student, we have a family partner, so during the beginning of the pandemic, we want to help them. So the student from second year, third year, working together with the family partner, because it's not allowed to go in there, so it's using WhatsApp group, and there is a supervision. And what the student should do at that time is to mendampingi, to accompany the family partner with several important material that we provided in our website. So there is like allocation day 1, what the students should do, day 2, day 3, day 4, until day 7. So at least until day 7, there is several material they have to educate their partner family. And obviously then we make a evaluation, and this is how the evaluation look like. Evaluation from the student, from the supervisor, as well as from the family partner as well. We try to explore whether they understand the educational material, whether the language is easily to understood, whether the student can answer the question, their concern, whether they got solution related to about what they concern, whether the educational material helped them, whether the educational material answered the question, and then also the timing of the education, whether it interfere with their daily life or not. So we got those kind of data. After the earlier response, emergency response to pandemic, then because the pandemic is still occurring until now, we also try to convert what usually a student go directly to the community and then convert it online. And there are several educational method that we use during the conversion now because of the pandemic, with always keep in our mind that the objective of the every year should be achieved. So that's the example of objective in year 1 and how we redesigned during the pandemic. And then for year 2, year 3, as well as for year 4 as well. This is how the community family healthcare interprofessional education look like. And currently the team, we have a like management team. There is a like chief, and then the daily manager, and then the annual coordinators. We also have assistant, we have supporting staff. They are currently working, try to improve the content as well as the how it is delivered for every years. And hopefully that for our new curriculum 2020, we will also have like a revision of our community family healthcare interprofessional education. So again, this is longitudinal from first year until 7 years. 7 semester, 4 years. And now I'm going to show the one that's not longitudinal, that's not mandatory. So this is elective, optional, student can join, student also can load not to join. And it comprise of 3 credit semester unit, what we call summer and winter course, that can be followed by student from different professions, so wider participant, not only 3 profession, but it can also followed by student from dentistry, pharmacy, not only student from Gajah Mada, but outside Gajah Mada in Indonesia, as well as from overseas. But we have like a principle, the theme should be approached from basic clinical, community, and policy perspective. It must be approached like that. And the methods involve class, laboratory, clinical setting, living with community. And there is assignment and final assessment. And after join this course, they will have certificate that consists of 3 credit semester unit. That's how the course looked like before pandemic. This is one of the example before COVID-19 that is done October until November 2019. I would like to, this is the theme chosen as emergency and trauma care. We have a 6 module on that. And I'm going to show the video. Hopefully it works. Yeah, that's how the course looked like before the pandemic. Then during COVID-19 pandemic, we still want to do that. Then we try to adapt it, the course. So this is example what we did during 2020 summer course. The topic we choose is about management and technologies for improving primary healthcare in developing countries. And we have five 5 module, 5 theme under the big topic. And that's the number of the participants that register and followed from Indonesia as well as from overseas. And this is how the course look like during a pandemic. Yeah, so it's really a challenge how to bring reality into the virtual setting, but we managed to work quite well with the collaborator from Puskesmas, from Dinas Kesehatan, and then to take some video or even their lively broadcasting while students still stay at their own home. So it's really experience as for us, and very close we will have our summer course this October, November, and we prepare for that as well. Yeah, so we also do participant evaluations to gather feedback from the participant to improve for the future course, and that's like how the evaluation look like. I would not to go in detail, just to show that the evaluation can be qualitative, quantitative, but obviously the more important is how to analyze that and how to incorporate that feedback into the future course to make it better and better. So that's there is so many feedback regarding the speaker, the content, the methods, even the topic chosen as well. So that's the consideration we take before we design for our future courses. So yeah, that's the example, 2 examples from Gajah Mada. But if you want to explore our papers in papers online, there's also publication that show also best practices. So here I took one paper that explained about 3 best practice models of interprofessional education and what should be considered. So the first model is regarding IPE and didactic learning experiences. What should be considered? The first is commitment. The second is curriculum mapping. The third is adequate rooms and facilities. The fourth is creation of space for a sense of community and shared purpose. The fifth is technology for web-based conference. So it's some that should be considered if the IPE you want to design is will give a didactic learning experience. And then the second is some aspect that should be considered when you want to design or improve IPE with community-based learning experiences. So first, enthusiasm from the and commitment from community. It is important. Yeah, that's like what our experiences as well. So before the pandemic, for example, it is quite often that we invite kader, pemuka masyarakat, community leader to come to our faculty, and then we provide education. So they come to campus and they feel the atmosphere in campus, as well as giving education to them. It's to motivate them to willing to support our program as well. And then the second is that clear expectation. Whether this is for our student and community, whether this will correlate with health program, whether the focus is on individual, family, or community, and so on. So clear expectation, what the students should do, what the community should do, what the supervisors should do, both faculty as well as field supervisor. The third is that if there is a personal health information, we gather is a guarantee of the confidentiality and only used for educational purpose. And then the fourth is a community presence. Yeah, community presence. So if we can focus on certain community with together for sustain the relationship, the partnership, and then there is like we give to them, they give to us. So it's like a mutual benefit, and it should be maintained for a long time. And then after that, try to find wider community as well. So I think a community presence is also important. Reflection is also important because sometimes there are unwanted experiences. So bringing together and reflect what does it mean for you as a student, for you as a future professional is also important. Yeah. So this is if the setting is community, if the setting is simulation experiences, like the previous speaker mentioned, several aspects that should be considered is that schedule agreement, yeah, activity opportunities, expertise to develop simulation experiences, as well as how to debrief experiences. This is what the paper advocate. Obviously, the program itself, the IPE program itself should be evaluated, even not should be, it has to be evaluated. It's mandatory to be evaluated to be able to getting better and better. And there is a practical guide that can help us to learn how to evaluate interprofessional education. So if you are interested, you can try to find the paper, and there is some deadline how to evaluate IPE quantitatively, qualitatively, several approaches that can be used, and how to analyze and interpret. Yeah. There's also a paper that see challenges in implementing IPE, and two top challenges is structural challenge, is including logistics, scheduling, faculty and student time availability, securing partnership, curriculum streamlining is the first challenge, and we agree with that based on our experience. And then the second challenge is financial support. Yes, in my opinion, it is very important to have a commitment from the institutional top leader to support the implementation of IPE. And one of the evidence for support, beside regulation, beside facilities, obviously there is allocated funding to do that. So I think this is the two top challenge that we also agree on the idea. Yeah. And there are some practical tips that perhaps you want to consider when you design or improve your IPE. The first is like what you are doing now is start networking. Start networking. Start networking with those who already experiences for who and with those who are enthusiastic to work together. Because by having networking, so you can share the tip, you can share practical solution, you can share innovation and so on. Second is pick a topic that different professionals can engage in together in the real world. The first speaker, I think, highlighted several times the importance of the real world, real experiences. Yeah. Tips 3 is focus on topical or relevant issues. Yeah. And then tip 4 is look for natural IPE topic in curricula that can be followed, can be approached, can be discussed from different point of view. Next tip is don't try to include every profession. I think 3 until 5 is already challenge, quite a challenge. So don't try to include many professions if you haven't have another experience. If this is the first time, try to implement. So that's one of the tips. The tips 6 is make sure it is IPE and not merely share learning. See, again, I highlighted what the first speaker also stressed. It's not only sitting together in a back room and then learning similar topic, but they engage. They actively engage, discuss, they do something together, they provide like a solution together to certain cases that are used as a context of IPE. So it is very important. So not only share learning, but it is IPE. Yeah. And next tip is consider the time and the timing and time needed. It's regarding scheduling. So it should be, there should be agreement between profession how the time should be scheduled, how many time allocated, and we have not several difficulty challenge when do this, because the allocated time, the spare time from a medical student, perhaps not a spare time for nursing and nutrition. So we have to talk together. Yeah. Offer it as an optional extra to begin with. To begin, it can be not a mandatory but optional extra. But as one of my example, enable students to discuss and evaluate with each other outside activities. So perhaps they can provide genuine feedback, genuine concern, genuine reflection. Next tip is manage professional identities appropriately. Yeah, manage professional identities appropriately. It is very important because every professional have their own professional identities. So it is also important to support the development. Yeah. Consider resources, staff, facilities, equipment, partnership, funding, time as well. Seize any opportunities for support. Jadi looking for find opportunities for support. I think this is my last slide. Very happy to take a question that you want perhaps to raise. Thank you very much, and I hope that it can help you to challenge yourself when you involve in designing, improving, or reflect your own IPE. Thank you very much. I will return back the time to moderator. Thank you. Selamat. Wassalamualaikum.
Thank you, Professor Gandes. Already share lesson learned from Gajah Mada University, especially from family and community in interprofessional education best practice, I think. Perhaps we have some question. Do we have some question from participant? Or if you want to directly to ask some question, you can raise your hand for this participant. Maybe this is from me, Professor. Why the professional identity is so important in the interprofessional education, in your opinion?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there is every profession have identity. What should be hold as a doctor, what should be hold as a nurse, what should be hold as a nutritionist, pharmacist, and so on. And I think a professional identity will help the student, will help a professional to hold their professional value as well. And professional value, I think, is also important for the patient. So actually, in a real setting, there is some tasks that identical with a certain professional, but there's also tasks that actually share among professional. So if every professional have their intra-professional competence as well as interprofessional competence, it will give benefit for the patient. So for example, as a medical doctor, they have to be able to do this one. But for the nurse, it's not important to be able to do that. For the nutrition as well. And then for the nurse, doing this one is mandatory competency. They have to do that. And it's not mandatory for the medical doctor to do that. But when they are similar with other profession. So when they work together, both intra-professional competence and interprofessional competence is important. Yeah. If not, if this is only interprofessional competence, then the expertise will not so clear, and the task will not be able to fulfill, to completely done professionally. Yeah.
Professor Gandes, in your experience, is it difficult to create the sharing identities between the professional?
I think there's also something that is similar, that are to be owned by all professionals. There's also a competency or characters that should be owned by all professional, as well as that is specific for certain professional. Whether it is difficult or not, I think introducing IPE is not easy task, because it's not quite easy to find real interprofessional collaboration in a real setting. Why? Because as I mentioned in my previous slide, interprofessional collaboration in real setting is affected by many factors in a micro, meso, and macro as well. So in our context, I think it's not quite easy for the student to see in a real setting how it look like.
Yeah.
So when you introduce that in an education, that's a challenge. So what we do usually is to invite teachers from different professions, doctors, nurse, experienced doctor, experienced nurse, experienced nutritionist. There is a case, for example, and then they can demonstrate to the student how they approach how they approach to the case from their perspective, from their experiences. So student will be able to identify, okay, that's the way of medical doctor thing, this is the way the nurse thing, and this is the way the nutritionist or pharmacist or other profession thing. And That's the similar, that's the differences. This is the area of medical doctor, this is the area of nursing, this is the area of nutrition, and so on. And when you see my previous slide, the four interprofessional competency, one is role and responsibilities. It is very important to understand actually what is the role of the nurse. What is the role and responsibility of nurse? What is not my role, what is not my responsibility, but that's the role and responsibility of others. And it's not easy because students need to be guided to see that. So I think this is one of the challenges, but if you can invite experienced doctor, experienced nurse, experienced nutrition, then they share together, perhaps it can help the student to understand from earlier on their training.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps we have a question from Sekar Ayu. Yeah. Sekar Ayu, just ask your question directly to Professor Gandes.
Hello, can my voice be heard clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Prof. Gandes. I have question. As we face pandemic, so that the IP program or the summer course in UGM was conducted online. I read one of the feedback from the student was that the lecturer or facilitator can teach and facilitate IPE well. But as the main theme of IPE in UGM is community-based learning experience, can you explain more to us about how to involve community or key person in community in the virtual or online program of IPE in the 2020 or 2021? Thank you so much, Prof. Gandes.
Okay, it is very good question because usually before pandemic, your question is regarding summer winter course, not this community family healthcare IPE, right? Okay, before the pandemic, there is an opportunity for the participant to live with community several days. So they're going to Kulon Progo or to Magelang. We have families that work with us. They stay there. They stay in their either boarding or the community house. Then they can feel their life. They can feel the health problem the community face. They also go to Puskesmas health center, and then they directly seeing, observing, involving in our Puskesmas daily activities. So they know that. Then one of the assignment they have to do is try to find one health problem, then try to offer simple solution in a group. Okay. Then they have to present it here in our campus, and there will be some discussion. And during pandemic, it's not important. It's not possible to send the student to the community. So what we did is that we worked with Puskesmas, still working with the Puskesmas. There is session from the Puskesmas online, and student divided into a smaller group or consist of 8-10 students in one Puskesmas, and then 8-10 students in another Puskesmas, and so on and so on. Then they can interview. They can interview the staff from the Puskesmas, what they are doing, what the problem, the data, and so on. And then in a similar way, try to find a problem and how to offer. Obviously, it's challenges. It's challenges because not everything can be converted, but with those challenges, we still want to do that. We still want to progressing and then learning what could be improved for the future. Obviously, there's a limitation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Sekar, do you got the point?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much for the great answer from Prof. Gandes.
Yeah, okay.
By
We
the
got
way,
the comprehensive explanation.
yeah.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, Sakar and other perhaps you are interested in. So we will have again virtual summer course 2021 that will be held from the 1st November until 12th November. And the topic is complementary healthcare and functional food. So hopefully this is a topic that can, attract discussion from different health professional point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, is it free from?
Actually, the from the Gajah Mada student is free, but from non UGM Indonesian student, the fee is 250.000 to 150,000 rupiah.
150, yeah.
So it's quite
Affordable, yeah.
affordable, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the institution.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Professor Gandes. It was a great sharing knowledge to all of us. Maybe we can practice directly by ourselves in our faculty as a lecturer or as a student, what we already learned from you. It was great lesson learned from Gajah Mada University, especially from Professor Gandes. And for the next, we would like to share the certificate for Professor Gandes. Mas, can you share the? And also, actually, we have another question from for Adam Leyland, maybe. Okay, thank you for Professor Gandes for your sharing knowledge today, and that is the certificate for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The other question is for Adam. Did you have obstacle when doing interprofessional education in the field? Yeah, perhaps Adam cannot answer directly. So, yeah, we can email to him to get the response from him. And so we finished our presentation for the keynote speaker. Thank you for all of the distinguished speaker today. We learned a lot from all of you, and perhaps in the next future, we can make a great collaboration again. Thank you. Bye.
Who has guided the panel and discussion session. Allow us to extend our gratitude to the speakers who have delivered their materials in the Second International Nursing and Health Science Conference 2021. Before we end this session, we will hand over the certificates for conference speakers and the moderator virtually.
The first is the certificate from Professor Adam Leyland. While this is the certificate for Associate Professor Yu Huelin, Registered Nurse PhD. The certificate for Professor Dr. Gandes Retno Rahayu, PhD. And last, let us hand the certificate for Mr. Asiandi as the moderator of the panel session.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big virtual applause to all of them. Hopefully, the topics that have been presented can add a deep insight to all of us.
Now, we are in the break session. We will remind to all participants some rules of this conference. In order to receive the conference certificate, presenters and participants are required to attend the event until it is finished. Participants are prohibited from leaving Zoom during the conference session. For oral presenter, please follow the name ID stated below, oral presenter _ room number _ presenter's name _ college name abbreviation. For example, OP _ R1 _ Hanif Prasetya _ UMP. Presenters will be required to utilize a laptop or personal computer. Presenters who are assigned into room number 1 can stay in the Zoom main room, while presenters who are assigned into room number 2 until 7 may use the Zoom ID room, which has been provided or shared by the committee. This break session will last only for an hour. Therefore, we'll be waiting for the distinguished oral presenters as well participants at 12:45 o'clock. Please try to log in into the Zoom 15 minutes before 1 p.m. because we will assign the presenters and participants into 7 break rooms. We will start the oral presentation at 1 o'clock sharp.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With 1 million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace.
Selamat datang di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Kita mulai dari gedung rektorat. Gedung rektorat ini biasanya mengurusi segala sesuatu dan urusan yang menyangkut Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. UMP ini punya banyak banget pilihan prodi yang bisa kalian pilih. Jadi UMP punya 11 fakultas, program pasca sarjana, program profesi buat guru, apoteker, dan juga program buat nas. Dan yang perlu kalian tahu, UMP ini adalah kampus swasta terbesar di Jawa Tengah bagian barat. UMP ini berdiri sejak 5 April 1965. Jadi udah banyak banget alumni yang tersebar di dalam maupun luar negeri. Kalian suka nongkrong atau kalian orangnya suka ngopi, tenang. Di UMP ini ada gedung penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang emang didesain ala kafe. Jadi di sini tuh kopinya enak-enak. Dan kalau kalian mahasiswa baru di sini, pasti suka banget tempat ini. Buat kalian yang suka foto-foto, UMP has the answer. Jadi air mancur ini adalah spot terbaik buat kalian foto-foto kalau kalian jadi mahasiswa baru atau kalian wisuda. Jadi ini adalah komplek gazebo dari UMP. Di sini kalian bisa nyantui atau berteduh. Atau kalian bisa menikmati fasilitas internet yang super cepat. Jadi ini adalah lapangan basketnya UMP. Selain itu, kalian bisa main bola atau kalian main tenis dan kalian juga bisa jogging. Di belakangku ini adalah Masjid Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan. Jadi buat kalian yang belum tahu Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan itu siapa, beliau adalah pendiri dari Muhammadiyah. Makanya UMP mengabadikan nama beliau menjadi nama masjid ini. Dan buat kalian yang suka diskusi, di sini juga disediakan tempat untuk diskusi. Dan kalau malam, ini masjid keren banget karena ada cahaya-cahaya lampu yang bikin masjid ini tambah megah. Kalian penasaran nggak dengan gedung tertinggi di Purwokerto? Ini adalah UMP Tower atau Gedung Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin, yang dimana di dalam gedung itu banyak banget fasilitas yang menunjang kegiatan akademik di UMP. Punya fasilitas laboratorium yang lengkap dan nyaman. Dan kalian nggak usah khawatir karena ditunjang dengan tenaga pendidik yang profesional. Areal seluas 5 hektar dengan pemandangan yang asri. Ini adalah kompleks Sains Tekno. Jadi di sini tuh ada kafe, ada asrama unggulan, ada masjid, ada research center, dan yang unik di sini ada.
Ya, di segmen inspirasi pagi kita akan membahas soal kelapa kopior. Yang lantaran sulit didapat, jenis kelapa yang satu ini memang dikenal sebagai bahan campuran minuman dengan harga yang cukup mahal.
Iya, betul sekali Naomi. Ini namun seorang dosen dari salah satu perguruan tinggi di Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah sukses mengembangbiakan pembibitan tanaman kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio.
Area seluas 2 hektar ini pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio dikembangkan. Di ukuran pohon kelapanya lebih pendek dibandingkan dari biasanya, namun jumlah panen buahnya justru tak kalah hebat. Adalah sosok Sisi Nanda, sukses mengembangkan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio untuk pertama kalinya di Indonesia. Awalnya, dosen program studi biologi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto ini telah melakukan penelitian tentang pengembangan kelapa kopior sejak tahun 2004. Seusai meraih gelar doktornya di Australia, si Sunandar mengembangkan kelapa kopior dengan kultur embrio menggunakan metode ex vitro rooting. Dia pun berhasil mengindukasi akar dan mengadaptasi benih kelapa kopior dengan tingkat keberhasilan 90%. Dan hasilnya adalah tanaman kelapa dengan panen buah seluruhnya kopior. Sementara pada pembibitan konvensional, persentase buah kopiornya hanya berkisar 1 hingga 2 butir dalam satu tandan pohon kelapa.
Sebenarnya semuanya sama. Pemeliharaannya, pemupukannya, bahkan hama penyakitnya semuanya sama. Kecuali benihnya yang berbeda. Kita pakai kultur jaringan. Tapi kultur jaringan belum dari satu belum bisa jadi seribu, baru satu masih jadi satu. Namanya kultur embrio.
Satu tandan dari tanaman kelapa kopior hasil kultur jaringan ini bisa menghasilkan hingga 15 buah dengan rasa yang menggiurkan.
Saya sendiri yang sudah merasakan kelapa kopior ini tentunya sangat renyah, gurih, terus juga manis, dan tekstur dengan bentuknya itu juga sangat berbeda dengan kelapa yang biasa. Rasanya saya sangat senang sekali ya, karena ini juga saya pertama kali baru mencoba kelapa kopior ini dan ternyata rasanya benar-benar mantap.
Enak banget.
Enak banget.
Hingga kini, hasil kelapa kopior temuan Sisi Nandar telah dikirim ke berbagai kota di Indonesia. Dan jika Anda tertarik menanamnya, bibit kelapa kopior ini dijual dengan harga berkisar Rp1 juta per pohon. Ambarwoto, Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Kita mulai informasi pertama hari ini, pemirsa. Salah seorang peneliti kopior dari Universitas Muhammadiyah di Purwokerto meraih gelar Profesor Kopior yang pertama di Indonesia. Uniknya, proses pengukuhan gelar ini dilakukan di areal kebun kelapa kopior yang merupakan kebun plasma nutfah terlengkap di Indonesia.
Si Sunandar, seorang dosen sekaligus peneliti kelapa kopior, meraih gelar Profesor ke-7 di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Dirinya sekaligus menjadi profesor pertama di Indonesia yang secara khusus meneliti dan mengembangkan kelapa kopior. Si Sunandar sendiri tertarik dengan kelapa kopior karena budidayanya dengan metode alami cukup sulit dilakukan. Sejak tahun 2008 lalu, si Sunandar secara spesifik meneliti dan mengembangkan metode pembudidayaan kelapa kopior yang saat ini mempunyai nilai komoditas yang tinggi. Melalui teknik kultur jaringan, si Sunandar mampu membuat keberhasilan budidaya pohon kelapa kopior ini mencapai 95%. Bahkan, proses pengukuhan gelar profesor ini pun dilakukan di tengah areal perkebunan kelapa kopior milik Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto sebagai satu-satunya kebun plasma nutfah kelapa kopior terlengkap di Indonesia. Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Anjar Nugroho, mengatakan UMP Purwokerto sengaja mengukuhkan gelar Profesor si Sunandar ini di tengah kebun kelapa dengan tujuan memperkenalkan kebun kelapa tersebut kepada tamu undangan.
Mengajak para hadirin untuk melihat dari dekat karya Profesor Sunandar berupa kelapa kopior yang ditanam di kebun kelapa milik Universitas Muhammadiyah.
Ini kebun plasma nutfah paling lengkap di Indonesia berarti ini, Pak?
Iya, insya Allah ini adalah paling lengkap. Jenis-jenis kelapanya berasal dari berbagai daerah. Dan insya Allah ini adalah representasi jenis-jenis kelapa yang ada di Indonesia yang dikopiorkan.
Sementara itu, Profesor si Sunandar mengatakan jika dirinya tertarik dengan pembudidayaan ini karena Indonesia yang sangat kaya raya akan varietas kelapa. Sulitnya pembudidayaan kelapa kopior ini juga membuat dirinya membuat kebun plasma nutfah yang paling lengkap di Indonesia dan berharap pemerintah bisa memproteksi kekayaan hayati kelapa asli Indonesia.
Menjadi pionir juga untuk Indonesia.
Ya, karena plasma nutfah ini sangat mahal. Beberapa peneliti dari luar pengen banget.
Cara nanti proteksinya seperti apa, Prof?
Yang pasti kita tidak akan menjual butirannya. Karena di dalam butiran kopior itu ada embrionya yang bisa ditumbuhkan di mana saja. Jadi kita tidak ada harapan saya pemerintah Indonesia saat ini tidak menjual kelapa butiran keluar karena di dalam kelapa butiran itu ada plasma nutfah yang kalau kita jual ke luar negeri itu kita juga jual plasma nutfahnya.
Saat ini, Indonesia merupakan penghasil kelapa terbesar di dunia. Meskipun begitu, masih banyak petani yang berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Si Sunandar berharap, karyanya ini nanti mampu meningkatkan penghasilan para petani kelapa kopior. Dari Purwokerto, Derby Tias, Metro TV.
Terima kasih. Anda masih di Jawa Tengah. 3 mahasiswa Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto melakukan penelitian dengan bahan kulit semangka. Hasilnya, mereka sukses membuat gel anti jerawat yang bisa membantu mengatasi jerawat bandel pada wajah. Seperti apa? Ini dia.
Yola Anggraini, Tika Ambarwati, dan Irmas Miranti. 3 mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto ini berhasil memanfaatkan kulit buah semangka menjadi penemuan bermanfaat, yakni gel anti jerawat. Ide tersebut berawal dari banyaknya limbah kulit semangka dan juga permasalahan jerawat yang umum dialami kaum muda. Dari hasil penelitian, ternyata kulit semangka memiliki senyawa aktif yang berfungsi sebagai antibakteri.
Kami satu tim itu untuk mencari tahu dari isi kandungan kulit semangka itu apa, dan salah satunya itu untuk anti jerawat. Terus kita berpikir biasanya kan yang biasa bermasalah anti jerawat itu kan remaja. Nah, jadi kami memiliki inovasi itu dari situ, Pak, dari permasalahan itu.
Sebelum jadi gel obat jerawat, mereka membuat ekstraksi kulit semangka. Lalu, ekstrak dicampur dan dihaluskan bersama zat lain, serta bahan pembuat gel. Setelah itu, para mahasiswa lakukan pengujian laboratorium. Hasilnya, gel dapat menghambat pertumbuhan bakteri penyebab jerawat.
Jadi ini tahap kedua setelah ekstraksi terbukti secara ilmiah.
Ke depan mau seperti apa?
Kalau ke depan Mungkin nanti akan dilakukan uji lanjutannya, Mas, macam praklinis sama klinisnya. Tapi sebelum klinis mungkin praklinis ya, karena praklinis juga cukup banyak sih, apalagi ini topikal.
Kedepannya, jika segala uji berhasil, gel ini tentunya bisa diproduksi massal dan menjadi alternatif obat berbahan alami untuk mengatasi jerawat. Nur Sasongko melaporkan untuk NET.
Wah, dari sini pun juga langsung terasa kesegarannya ya, Bu Mirsa, wisata Bulagem tadi. Kita beralih ke informasi selanjutnya. 3 mahasiswa dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto tahun ini berhasil mengikuti seleksi Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa, mengisikan ratusan karya lainnya. Hal ini berkat inovasinya yang menjadikan lendir bekicot sebagai pasta gigi, yang bahkan diklaim mampu mencegah kerusakan gigi dan penyebab gigi berlubang. Seperti apa khasiat dari lendir bekicot ini, kita lihat. Hewan bekicot biasanya terkesan menjijikan jika kita melihatnya di halaman rumah atau kebun. Namun ternyata bagian lendir dari hewan moluska ini diklaim mampu mencegah kerusakan gigi dan dapat mengobati gigi berlubang. Adalah 3 mahasiswa asal Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, yakni Novita Fitri Kurniasih, Rahma Fauzia Madaningrum, dan Nur Fidian Hasanah, mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi semester 6 yang menemukan inovasi dari lendir bekicot. Dalam penelitiannya, lendir bekicot ternyata memiliki kandungan protein acasin yang berfungsi sebagai reseptor enzim bakteri. Kandungan inilah yang kemudian digunakan sebagai penghambat pertumbuhan bakteri Streptococcus mutan yang menjadi penyebab kerusakan gigi. Dengan berbagai campuran khusus seperti xilitol, peppermint, natrium benzoat, dan zat selulosa, lendir bekicot kemudian dicampur menjadi adonan pasta. Hasil ramuan inilah yang kemudian menjadi pasta gigi yang dijuluki dengan nama pasta gigi gelecot.
Kami itu ingin merubah nasib dari masyarakat sendiri, di mana bahan yang tidak berguna menjadi sesuatu yang berguna dan bermanfaat tentunya untuk masyarakat Indonesia, terutama untuk pencegahan karies gigi.
Kalau di lendir bekicot ini kandungannya apa sih Mbak? Kok bisa digunakan?
Untuk kandungan lendir bekicot ini terdapat protein akasin yang dimana dia itu mampu menghambat, di mana protein akasin ini merupakan salah satu faktor protein untuk menghambat adanya pembentukan sekutu di bakteri. Jadi itu dapat berpotensi sebagai penghambat bakteri Streptococcus mutan, di mana bakteri Streptococcus mutan ini merupakan salah satu penyebab karies gigi.
Proses penelitian dan inovasi lendir bekicot ini dilakukan sejak bulan April lalu setelah proposal penelitian ke Kemenristekdikti disetujui. Hasil inovasi ini yang mengantarkan ketiga mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto lolos dalam seleksi Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa tahun 2019, mengisikan ribuan peserta lainnya di Bali pada 27 Agustus 2019.
Karena bisa menghambat pertumbuhan bakteri. Misalkan di wall kita kan itu ada bakteri Streptococcus mutan. Nah kalau misalnya itu kita sikat gigi pakai yang ada zat aktifnya itu lendirnya, nah otomatis nanti ada mekanisme menghambat. Dari ribuan, kemudian kalau dari Universitas Indonesia mungkin yang lolos 126 universitas. Kalau dari judul dari ribuan berarti hanya 200.
Meski pasta gigi lendir bekicot telah terbukti sebagai bahan aktif penghambat kerusakan gigi, namun hasil penelitian ini masih harus melalui uji klinis lainnya sebelum dapat diproduksi secara massal. Karya mahasiswa ini pun patut mendapat apresiasi atas inovasinya menggunakan bahan herbal dari hewan yang selama ini dianggap sebagai hama di kalangan masyarakat. Dari Purwokerto, dari Tias Metro TV.
Mengenal seni dan budaya asli Indonesia, sejumlah mahasiswa asing yang sedang menempuh studi di Purwokerto dikenalkan kepada musik gamelan. Para mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari sejumlah negara ini tampak antusias mempelajari alat musik khas Jawa tersebut.
Dibimbing seorang dosen, sejumlah mahasiswa dari mancanegara antusias mempelajari musik gamelan di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Banyumas. Tak hanya belajar secara detail tentang alat-alat musik tradisional, para mahasiswa asing tersebut belajar dan praktik langsung bermain gamelan. Diarahkan langsung oleh sang dosen, para mahasiswa asing nampak kesulitan dalam menabuh dan mengikuti instruksi sang pembimbing. Meski demikian, mereka terlihat asyik dan sangat menikmati memainkan alat musik khas Jawa tersebut.
I really like this kind of music. It's my first time actually playing it, and I'm really enjoying it. And I also like that it's not really difficult to learn. And
kind of hard some part, but it's easy to play. But it's hard to make a really music instrument to all gather up instruments. Yeah.
And you like playing them?
I like, yeah, sure.
First time you play. Is this your first time?
No. I studied every Friday. Dua bulan every 2 months.
Gamelan dikenalkan kepada para mahasiswa asing agar mereka tak hanya belajar akademik saja selama tinggal di Indonesia, tetapi mereka juga mempelajari seni budaya tradisional yang asli Indonesia.
Kebanggaan dari kita, pengenalan budaya kita di situ, yang notabene mereka dari luar kemudian belajar bahasa Indonesia, tapi di sini juga tidak hanya bahasa Indonesia saja, tapi budayanya juga. Ya, budaya gamelan di sini, budaya musiknya.
Dengan mempelajari seni dan budaya Indonesia, diharapkan mahasiswa asing ini dapat menambah wawasan dan pengetahuan selama di Indonesia. Tak hanya pengetahuan akademis dan bahasa Indonesia, mereka juga tahu tentang kekayaan dan keberagaman seni tradisional bangsa ini. Bayu Nur Sasongko melaporkan untuk NET.
Wah, indah banget kan pemirsa. Nah, setelah lelah nih muter-muter taman bunga yang indah tadi, saya akan ajak Anda untuk berwisata kuliner nih, berburu kuliner tempe mendoan. Tapi kali ini bareng dengan puluhan mahasiswa asing dari berbagai negara nih yang sedang mengikuti International Summer Course tahun 2019, di mana mereka ini sangat antusias loh, sangat menyenangkan dan belajar membuat tempe mendoan. Dalam acara ini, para mahasiswa juga diajak untuk dapat menggoreng mendoan sekaligus mencicipi rasa mendoan yang menjadi salah satu makanan khas dari Kabupaten Banyumas. Terus gimana nih? Bule-bule ini mencicipi mendoan katanya.
Inilah salah satu kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh 20 mahasiswa asing dari 4 negara yang sedang mengikuti International Summer Course tahun 2019 di Desa Ketenger, Kecamatan Baturaden, Banyumas. Para mahasiswa ini diajak untuk mengetahui sekaligus belajar bagaimana membuat tempe mendoan sebagai salah satu makanan khas Kabupaten Banyumas. Para mahasiswa yang datang dari Malaysia, Filipina, Turki, serta Sudan ini sengaja mendatangi pembuat tempe mendoan untuk melihat langsung cara dan proses pembuatannya. Mereka pun sangat antusias saat dijelaskan bagaimana tempe mendoan dibuat, mulai dari merebus kedelai hingga kedelai siap untuk diolah menjadi mendoan. Tempe mendoan sendiri memang berbeda cara pembuatannya dengan tempe pada umumnya, sebab mendoan sengaja dibuat tipis dan dibungkus daun pisang satu persatu. Para mahasiswa asing ini pun amat antusias saat diajak mempraktekkan cara membungkus mendoan. Nurul Syahira, salah seorang mahasiswa asal Malaysia, mengaku baru kali ini makan tempe mendoan yang menurutnya sangat berbeda dengan tempe lainnya. Dirinya juga sangat senang dapat belajar bagaimana cara membuat dan menggoreng mendoan, makanan khas Banyumas.
Kat sini saya belajar macam mana nak buat mendoan. Dia agak berlainan dengan tempe yang berada dekat Malaysia. Sebab kat Malaysia bentuk dia adalah lebih tebal dan agak kecil. Tapi kat sini mendoan dia lebih nipis dan agak besar lah. Dia macam bentuknya satu tangan dan rasanya juga agak berbeza. Rasa dia adalah, sebab kalau di Malaysia cara masaknya adalah kita boleh masukkan dalam masakan ataupun kita goreng.
Hal senada juga diungkapkan oleh Zaid Aldan, mahasiswa asal Turki. Dirinya yang telah 7 bulan berada di Indonesia mengaku menyukai makan tempe mendoan dan bahkan makanan ini saat ini pun menjadi salah satu makanan favoritnya.
Ya, enak ya, langsung suka kan? Ya, suka.
sudah banyak. Saya tinggal di sini ya. Kalau ada waktu saya datang ke Batu Rajan karena lebih enak di Batu Rajan.
Karena dingin ya.
Lebih ya crispy.
Sementara Novi Haryanti, pendamping International Summer Course 2019 dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto mengatakan, para mahasiswa diajak tinggal bersama warga untuk lebih mengenalkan budaya lokal Banyumas. Mendoan yang baru mereka kenal juga sekaligus menjadi materi pengenalan mahasiswa akan kekayaan kuliner asli Banyumas.
Memperkenalkan kearifan lokal, budaya, termasuk mereka akan dibawa untuk homestay di sini juga untuk memperkenalkan situasi kehidupan masyarakat di Banyumas khususnya dan juga memperkenalkan kekayaan lokal yang dimiliki oleh Banyumas, salah satunya tenda.
Pengenalan budaya khas Banyumas kepada mahasiswa asing ini juga sebagai bagian dari upaya untuk mempromosikan Indonesia di mata dunia internasional. Dari Banyumas, Darbe Tias, Metro TV.
Ya pemirsa, terima kasih Anda masih bersama kami dalam Berita TV-mu. Inovasi memang tak pernah berhenti, seperti halnya yang dilakukan oleh salah satu dosen Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto yang mampu membuat es krim berbahan ubi jalar, bahkan rasa es krim berbahan alam ini juga rasanya tak kalah dengan es krim konvensional. Berikut informasi selengkapnya untuk Anda.
Sejumlah mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah ini tampak sedang meracik adonan es krim berbahan baku ubi jalar. Mereka adalah para mahasiswa yang dibimbing oleh Insinyur Bambang Nugroho, dosen yang menemukan atau melakukan penelitian pembuatan es krim sehat dan berserat ini. Untuk proses pembuatannya, ubi jalar yang sudah direbus diiris-iris, lalu masukkan air secukupnya dan di blender. Setelah itu direbus di dalam panci, serta dicampur telur yang sudah di blender, gula pasir, susu full cream, vanila, sambil diaduk hingga merata. Setelah dingin, adonan es krim ubi jalar ini dituangkan ke plastik cetakan dan dibekukan di dalam freezer atau kulkas. Beberapa jam kemudian barulah es yang tidak menggunakan bahan pengawet dan halal ini pun sudah bisa dinikmati.
Ini es krim ubi jalar. Jadi es krim ubi jalar kita beri nama es krim patatas. Nah, ini ide ini awalnya ini dibuat dari hasil penelitian kolaborasi dari prodi yang ada di Fakultas Pertanian. Jadi ada prodi agroteknologi dan agribisnis. Awalnya kita lakukan untuk dilakukan itu untuk menghasilkan produk inovasi. Produk inovasi yang pertama itu jadi kita hasilkan dari hasil penelitian itu kita substitusi bahan kering tanpa lemak yang ada di es krim itu dengan ubi jalar.
Sementara itu, para mahasiswa mengaku bahwa es krim ubi jalar ini rasanya tidak kalah enaknya dengan es krim konvensional.
Rasanya manis, tapi manisnya tuh manis asli, kayak bukan manis buatan. Terus ada apa kayak serat-serat dari ubi, jadi lebih kental sama lebih di tenggorok tuh lebih sering.
Terus kalau perbandingan sama es krim yang biasa itu seperti apa?
Perbandingannya mungkin ini dari bahan-bahan alami, terus apa harganya juga terjangkau.
Lebih sehat.
Ya, lebih sehat dan mungkin buat yang diabetes nggak perlu khawatir, soalnya ini bahan-bahan alami semua, bukan pakai pemanis buatan.
Wildan Aji Saputra, Tegar Roli, memberitakan dari Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Pemirsa, informasi tadi sekaligus menjadi penutup jumpa kita kali ini. Saksikan terus informasi cerdas dan mencerahkan hanya di TVmu, TV Muslim terbesar di Indonesia. Saya Samarsha beserta kerabat kerja yang bertugas pamit undur diri dari hadapan Anda. Sampai jumpa, salam pencerahan, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pemirsa, pemecahan rekor muri makan es krim ubi jalar terbanyak digelar di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah. 3.210 gelas es krim dibagikan dalam acara ini.
Aksi saling dorong dan berdesakan ribuan pelajar pramuka mewarnai pemecahan rekor muri makan es krim ubi jalar terbanyak yang digelar di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah. 3.210 gelas kecil es krim habis dalam acara ini. Uniknya, es krim yang dibagikan berbahan dasar ubi jalar ungu asli Indonesia yang diklaim rasanya lebih lezat dibandingkan es krim berbahan susu. Sebagian panitia yang membawa es krim dalam nampan bahkan harus naik ke panggung demi menghindari serbuan para pelajar. Pemecahan rekor muri ini dilakukan usai upacara Hari Pramuka hari ini.
Jangan saling dorong, yang semangat santai. Nanti dapat. Karena dari apa tuh, Pak? Tesnya agak diperbanyak ya, Mas. Oke.
Itu ada rasa apa?
Es krim ubi jalar ungu ini adalah hasil karya mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian UMP Purwokerto bernama Patatas yang sudah dijual bebas. Es krim ubi jalar ini diharapkan bisa menjadi alternatif pilihan pemenuhan gizi masyarakat yang mudah dan murah. Imam Membarwoto, Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Ada temuan unik yang datang dari hasil penelitian 3 orang mahasiswi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah. Ketiganya mengubah lendir bekicot menjadi bahan pasta gigi gel pencerah gigi berlubang akibat karies gigi. Penelitian yang dilakukan Novita Fitri Kurniasih, Rahma Fauzia Madaningrum, dan Nurdian Kasana ini dilakukan di Laboratorium Teknologi Farmasi UMP. Mereka menamakan produknya Gelecot Toothpaste.
Kelebihannya yang pertama karena menggunakan bahan baku produk lokal, karena kan di Indonesia itu banyak sekali, terutama di daerah tropis, banyak sekali hewan bekicot yang belum tereksplor. Mungkin beberapa sudah menggunakan untuk kecantikan seperti skincare, tapi kami menginovasinya itu untuk karies gigi. Ini masih sangat lama gitu kalau untuk disiapkan di masyarakat. Karena kan yang namanya temuan di penelitian itu harus uji klinis sama uji klinis lagi. Kalau setelah uji klinis, maka kami akan mendaftarkan ini ke Badan POM supaya dapat sertifikasi, sehingga nanti bisa beredar di masyarakat.
Proses pembuatan pasta gigi ini sebenarnya cukup sederhana, yaitu mencampurkan lendir bekicot dengan bahan seperti air, xylitol, dan minyak peppermint. Tim Liputan, Trans.
Limbah ban bekas seperti ini biasanya hanya dapat memenuhi ruang garasi atau bengkel saja ya Klikers. Tapi di tangan 3 mahasiswa kreatif asal Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah ini, limbah dapat dibuat menjadi seperti ini. Klikers penasaran? Ya, ini dia hasil karya Fajar Yusuf, Irfal Zufirman, dan Fernando Wisnu Sanggara, mahasiswa jurusan Teknik Sipil atau Fakultas Teknik.
Tiga remaja ini berhasil menyulap ban bekas menjadi komposisi pembuat segar. Tiga mahasiswa yang tergabung dalam grup Newbie Beverly ini menciptakan sebuah metode beton jenis self-compacting concrete alias SCC mode tinggi. Teknologi ini terbukti sangat kuat karena telah melewati masa pengujian selama 28 hari. Teknologi SCC ini merupakan metode penguatan beton yang menyerupai konsep aluminium foam dengan penerapan rongga udara di bagian dalamnya.
Dalam mesin beton memadamkan diri adalah kami memanfaatkan abu limbah ban dan abu sekam. Pemanfaatan abu limbah sendiri saya terinspirasi dari banyaknya limbah ban yang dibuang ke lingkungan yang justru akan membuat genangan di bannya sendiri dan akan menjadi sarang nyamuk sehingga menjadi permasalahan lingkungan dan menyebabkan penyakit. Abu sekam sendiri karena di wilayah Purwokerto itu sekitar Sukaraja banyak sekali pabrik pembuatan bata yang menghasilkan limbah abu sekam karena mereka menggunakan sekam sebagai bahan bakar.
Clickers pasti pada mau tahu kan kenapa metode SCC ini disebut-sebut inovasi baru? Ya, pasalnya metode beton ini merupakan dasar merancang bangunan bahan bangunan dengan kekuatan maksimal namun dengan biaya yang sangat minimal. Keren ya?
Kalau sebenarnya ide awalnya itu dari anak-anak ide yang memberikan ide untuk memanfaatkan abu sekam dengan tadi ban ya, karena memang di lombanya itu kan manfaatkan limbah sehingga memang kalau di Kota Purwokerto itu kan memang terdapat banyak sekali limbah abu sekam. Kemudian di Karanglewas itu kan ada limbah ban, jadi memang ide awalnya itu muncul dari situ.
Oh ya Clickers, inovasi karya tiga mahasiswa ini juga sudah mendapat penghargaan, yaitu juara kedua tingkat nasional saat dilombakan antar perguruan tinggi di Indonesia. Diharapkan prestasi ini akan mendorong seluruh mahasiswa UNT untuk terus berprestasi di setiap bidangnya, sehingga inovasi teknologi yang ramah lingkungan dapat digunakan dan dirasakan oleh masyarakat. Dari Banyumas Jawa Tengah, Reporter TV, transformasi jumlah informasi tercepat.
Kreativitas memang tak terbatas. Itulah kira-kira gambaran yang dilakukan 4 mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto yang mampu menciptakan sebuah alat pelatihan penanganan henti jantung atau alat phantom resusitasi jantung paru atau yang mereka beri nama Prejaru. Dan alat ini cukup mudah dipahami oleh masyarakat umum untuk belajar menangani dalam penanganan dini terhadap orang yang mengalami henti jantung dan serangan jantung.
Empat mahasiswa Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto pencipta alat pelatihan henti jantung ini adalah Runi Pramesti Putri, Feni Novalia Safitri, Sahrul Munir, dan Ari Hermawan. Keempatnya merupakan mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Alat henti jantung atau phantom resusitasi jantung paru ini mereka namakan Prejaru. Alat ini dibuat sebagai media untuk memberikan pemahaman kepada masyarakat umum dalam penanganan lebih dini terhadap orang yang mengalami henti jantung dan serangan jantung. Pasalnya, penyakit jantung merupakan penyakit yang mematikan, sehingga membutuhkan penanganan cepat, tanggap, dan kemampuan penolong yang terlatih. Prejaru memiliki desain yang menarik, portable, dan simpel sesuai dengan bentuk tubuh manusia. Bahannya pun cukup bagus, berkualitas, serta terjangkau. Prejaru dibuat dengan triplek berlapis, kemudian ditutup dengan kain batik berbahan katun. Sedangkan untuk bagian jantung phantom ini, bahannya terbuat dari busa padat dilapisi kain perlak. Sehingga ketika ditekan, busa terasa keras menyerupai jantung manusia dan akan mudah kembali ke bentuk semula. Selain itu, Prejaru juga ditambahkan lampu LED berwarna merah dan hijau yang dipasang pada posisi dada kiri atas. Lampu LED ini sebagai tanda apakah kompresi sudah benar pada posisi dan tekanan sesuai dengan standar operasional prosedur atau SOP. Tim ini berharap Prejaru ciptaannya banyak diminati oleh berbagai instansi dan masyarakat umum. Selain harganya yang murah, yakni hanya Rp250.000, alat ini juga mudah dibawa kemana-mana. Sementara dibanding dengan alat henti jantung yang terbuat dari silikon, harganya mencapai puluhan juta rupiah atau jauh lebih mahal.
Ini adalah alat peraga media pembelajaran Prejaru Phantom Resusitasi Jantung Paru. Fungsinya yaitu untuk pelatihan atau media pembelajaran kepada masyarakat umum, khususnya orang awam yang belum mengetahui apa itu resusitasi jantung paru, sehingga dapat meningkatkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan masyarakat umum untuk melakukan RCP, khususnya penanganan pertama pada korban henti jantung, karena korban henti jantung itu dapat terjadi kapanpun dan dimanapun secara tiba-tiba. Sedangkan penyakit jantung itu merupakan penyakit nomor 1 yang mematikan di Indonesia dan di dunia.
Sementara itu, dosen UMP yang juga menjadi dosen pembimbing mahasiswa dalam membuat preja Ruendiono mengatakan, cardiac arrest atau henti jantung ditandai dengan penurunan kesadaran, tidak adanya respon saat dipanggil bahkan saat diberi respon nyeri, dan disertai tidak adanya nadi dan nafas.
Terima kasih. Jadi mahasiswa bimbingan saya sudah membuat suatu inovasi namanya ada Prejaru Phantom Resusitasi Jantung Paru. Di Phantom itu kita modifikasi yang sudah ada, karena yang sudah ada itu pertama harganya mahal dan kedua mungkin tidak bisa dijangkau oleh masyarakat, sehingga kita membuat suatu penelitian ya, terus kita implementasikan untuk membuat Phantom Prejaru. Sama persis untuk cara kerja yang Phantom yang sudah ada, hanya Phantom yang kita buat dengan inovasi menggunakan bahan triplek itu lebih mudah digunakan oleh masyarakat. Nah, salah satunya kita dari Fakultas Kesehatan, tepatnya program studi S1 perawatan, membuat suatu inovasi. Hal ini sesuai dengan keunggulan ya, kita adalah keunggulan di keadaan darurat, sehingga mudah-mudahan ada sumbangsih dari alat yang kita buat untuk masyarakat sehingga bisa mendapat pertolongan yang benar.
Dan Aji Saputra, Tegaroli memberitakan dari Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Pemirsa, ribuan mahasiswa masa taruh Ikatan Mahasiswa Muhammadiyah Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto melakukan deklarasi untuk menyerukan perdamaian di tanah Papua. Dalam deklarasi ini juga dihadiri tokoh adat Papua yang menyerukan Papua damai tetap dalam Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia.
Ribuan mahasiswa Ta'aruf Masta Ikatan Mahasiswa Muhammadiyah IMM Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto Kabupaten Banyumas melakukan deklarasi untuk menyerukan perdamaian di tanah Papua di lapangan kampus. Deklarasi dipimpin langsung oleh Rektor UMP Anjar Nugroho dengan didampingi Wakil Rektor Bidang Kemahasiswaan, Ketua Pimpinan Daerah Muhammadiyah, Pembina Ikatan Mahasiswa Muhammadiyah, bersama ribuan mahasiswa yang tergabung dalam acara Masa Ta'aruf Mahasiswa Baru 2019. Deklarasi juga dihadiri Kepala Kampung Adat Kokoda Sorong, Papua Barat, Syamsuddin Namugur. Dalam deklarasi menyebutkan Sumpah Mahasiswa Baru Damai untuk Papua, bertanah air satu, bersatu damai untuk Papua, berbangsa satu, bangsa yang gandrung akan keadilan, berbahasa satu, bahasa persatuan untuk Papua. Sementara itu, Kepala Kampung Adat Kokoda Sorong, Papua Barat, Syamsuddin Namugur menyampaikan Papua dan Papua Barat adalah saudara, sebangsa dan setanah air.
Mengakibatkan bahwa Papua itu begini dan begitu, tapi ternyata tidak. Sesudah terjadi kejadian ini, di Papua mulai ada toleransi, mulai ada beradaptasi, mulai ada pergaulan, mulai kembali merangkul, mulai tidak ada lagi kekerasan, dan mereka mulai menyadari kenapa kita berbuat. Nah, sesudah ditelusuri lah ini sebabnya ada pemicu-pemicu yang memang menginginkan Papua itu harus komplit. Tapi alhamdulillah sesudah terjadi kejadian kemarin itu seluruh Papua barulah ada kesadaran, barulah mulai hilang bahwa sebetulnya kita ini tidak biasa seperti ini. Tapi kok kenapa ada seperti ini? Tapi alhamdulillah semua sudah usai dan sudah berakhir. Semua bersatu kembali. Kembali ikat tali persaudaraan sebagai sebangsa setanah air. Dan itu semua kembali menjadi NKRI harga mati untuk Papua, Papua untuk NKRI dan NKRI untuk Papua.
Lebih lanjut, Namugur mengajak untuk bersama-sama bergotong royong dan bekerja sama membangun negara ini demi kemajuan masa depan Papua, Papua Barat dan semuanya. Dari Banyumas, Saladin Ayubi, iNews melaporkan.
Orang dosen dan peneliti dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto meraih gelar Profesor Kelapa Kopior yang pertama di Indonesia. Proses pengukuhan gelar ini pun dilakukan di areal kebun kelapa kopior, sekaligus sebagai kebun manufaktur terlengkap di Indonesia.
Sisunanda adalah seorang dosen sekaligus peneliti kelapa kopior yang berhasil meraih gelar Profesor ke-7 di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Sisunanda, profesor pertama di Indonesia yang secara khusus meneliti dan mengembangkan kelapa kopior.
Ia tertarik dengan kelapa kopior karena budidaya kelapa ini sangat sulit dilakukan melalui metode alami. Sejak 2008, ia secara spesifik meneliti dan mengembangkan metode pembudidayaan kelapa kopior yang harganya mahal. Dengan teknik kultur jaringan, si Sunandar mampu membuat keberhasilan pohon kelapa kopior bisa mencapai 95%. Proses pengukuhan gelar profesor dilakukan di tengah areal perkebunan kelapa kopior milik Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto sebagai satu-satunya kebun plasmanuta kelapa kopior terlengkap di Indonesia. Sehingga para tamu undangan bisa lebih mengenal kebun plasmanuta ini.
Saat ini yang kesulitan utama pohon induknya terbatas. Jadi yang boleh kita jual itu kan yang sudah tersertifikasi. Syarat untuk tersertifikasi itu varietasnya harus dilepas Kementerian Pertanian. Nah, Indonesia yang dilepas itu baru 3. Dan 3 itu bukan milik Banyumas tapi miliknya padi. Genja hijau padi, genja kuning padi, dan genja coklat padi. Nah, baru 3 itu yang kita bisa sertifikasi dan kemudian dilepas. Jadi kesulitannya.
Le plus grand intérêt du projet Copior, c'est qu'il permet d'associer à la fois la collecte des ressources génétiques, leur conservation. Ici, nous sommes dans une parcelle expérimentale de l'université de Purwokerto, l'université Muhammadiyah, qui collecte et rassemble plus d'une centaine de génotypes différents de cocotiers et permet au laboratoire d'avoir une source de germplasme, donc de réservoir de gènes.
Profesor kelapa kopior berharap pemerintah bisa memproteksi kekayaan hayati kelapa asli Indonesia. Saat ini, Indonesia merupakan penghasil kelapa terbesar di dunia. Namun mayoritas petaninya masih berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Ia berharap hasil karyanya nanti bisa ikut mengangkat penghasil petani dengan menjual kelapa kopior yang bernilai ekonomi tinggi. Dari Banyumas, Saladin Ayubi, Tim News melaporkan.
Pemirsa, apa jadinya jika ribuan cup es krim dimakan secara bersama-sama? Wah, pasti seru ya?
Pasti dong, kita juga pasti mau ikutan nih. Sayangnya ini terjadi di Banyumas, Jawa Tengah, pemirsa, di mana ribuan pelajar pramuka memakan lebih dari 3.000 cup es krim ubi jalar, hasil inovasi dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Kegiatan makan bersama itu bahkan memecahkan rekor muri, dan berikut ini liputannya untuk Anda.
Anak-anak pelajar pramuka ini antusias mengambil es krim yang dibagikan. Mereka pun dengan lahap menyantap es krim ubi jalar yang merupakan hasil inovasi dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Kegiatan ini pun memecahkan rekor muri dengan rekor makan es krim secara bersama terbanyak, yakni 3.210 cup.
Iya, tidak pernah ada yang melakukan ini, terutama es krim yang dari ubi jalar. Ini ada yang pertama dan yang terbanyak. Dan alhamdulillah dan untuk rekor muri ini juga yang diberikan muri kepada UMP yang ketiga.
Acara ini sekaligus mengenalkan masyarakat akan olahan panganan lokal seperti ubi jalar yang ternyata lezat dan bergizi. Dari Banyumas, Jawa Tengah, Marnoto, RTV.
Sementara itu, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto membuat dan membagikan ribuan pembersih tangan kepada warga. Selain itu, kampus juga telah membentuk tim Satgas penanganan virus COVID-19 agar sivitas akademika yang akan masuk ke kampus dipastikan dalam kondisi sehat dan aman. Ribuan botol cairan pembersih tangan sengaja dibagikan secara gratis kepada warga di lingkungan kampus. Pembuatan cairan pembersih tangan ini dilakukan setelah banyak warga yang mengaku kesulitan dalam mencari barang ini. Bahkan jika tersedia cairan ini maka dihargai cukup mahal. Dengan bahan yang telah sesuai standar kesehatan, bahan-bahan berupa alkohol, gliserin, pengharum, dan bahan lain dicampurkan menjadi cairan pencuci tangan. Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto Anjar Nugroho mengatakan pembagian cairan hand sanitizer dimaksudkan agar pencegahan penyebaran virus COVID-19 di lingkungan kampus diminimalisir. Selain itu juga sekaligus kampanye agar warga selalu mencuci tangan dan menerapkan pola hidup sehat agar terbebas dari berbagai penyakit.
Pemirsa, ribuan paket sembako dibagikan kepada warga dan mahasiswa di Purwokerto. Pembagian sembako ini dilakukan sebagai kepedulian kampus
di tengah pandemi virus corona yang memaksa warga untuk tidak beraktivitas di luar rumah. Pemberian paket sembako ini dilakukan oleh Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto kepada warga dan juga mahasiswa terdampak virus COVID-19. Adanya pembatasan untuk tidak beraktivitas di luar rumah membuat warga dan juga mahasiswa harus dapat bertahan di rumahnya masing-masing. Sebanyak 3.000 paket sembako ini diberikan kampus. Selain itu, pemberian bantuan sembako juga diberikan kepada mahasiswa yang terpaksa tidak bisa mudik dan harus tetap bertahan. Untuk mengurangi kerumunan, para mahasiswa dipanggil sesuai jadwal yang ditentukan oleh kampus. Program bantuan sembako ini pun akan diberikan secara berkala dengan melihat kondisi yang terjadi.
UMP ini rencananya akan membagikan kurang lebih minimum 3.000 paket sembako kepada masyarakat mahasiswa yang membutuhkan. Nah, mahasiswa di sini untuk langkah pertama adalah mahasiswa yang tidak mudik. Kita berusaha untuk mengakomodir kepentingan mereka untuk tetap aman, tapi juga ke arah kebutuhan pangannya. Nah, kita bisa memilih dari ada 4 paket dari bahan pokok ataupun kebutuhan harian yang mereka.
Sementara itu di Purwokerto, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto mengembangkan kampusnya untuk ruang karantina. Di kampus ini sebanyak 100 tempat tidur telah disiapkan untuk pemudik yang nekat meski pemerintah melarang mudik. Penyerahan kampus sebagai ruang karantina pemudik yang kembali ke Kabupaten Banyumas dilakukan langsung oleh Rektor UMT kepada Wakil Bupati Banyumas di Kampus 3 Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Menjelang Lebaran ini masih banyak warga yang tetap nekat untuk bisa kembali ke kampung halamannya dengan berbagai cara. Bahkan pemerintah kabupaten telah mencatat lebih dari 20.000 pemudik telah kembali ke Banyumas sejak bulan April lalu. Di kampus ini pemudik yang tetap nekat kembali akan menjalani sejumlah prosedur kesehatan. Mereka dilarang keluar dan akan terus dipantau oleh tim kesehatan dari kampus maupun dari dinas kesehatan setempat. Seluruh pengelolaan karantina akan diserahkan kepada pemerintah selama masa darurat COVID-19 diberlakukan.
Ya, di segmen Inspirasi Pagi, kita akan membahas soal kelapa kopior. Yang lantaran sulit didapat, jenis kelapa yang satu ini memang dikenal sebagai bahan campuran minuman dengan harga yang cukup mahal.
Iya, betul sekali Naomi. Ini namun seorang dosen dari salah satu perguruan tinggi di Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah, sukses mengembangbiakan pembibitan tanaman kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio.
Seluas 2 hektar ini, pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio dikembangkan. Meski ukuran pohon kelapanya lebih pendek dibandingkan dari biasanya, namun jumlah panen buahnya justru tak kalah hebat. Adalah sosok Si Sunanda, sukses mengembangkan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur embrio untuk pertama kalinya di Indonesia. Awalnya, dosen program studi biologi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto ini telah melakukan penelitian tentang pengembangan kelapa kopior sejak tahun 2004. Selesai meraih gelar doktornya di Australia, Si Sunandar mengembangkan kelapa kopior dengan kultur embrio menggunakan metode ex vitro rooting. Dia pun berhasil mengindukasi akar dan mengadaptasi benih kelapa kopior dengan tingkat keberhasilan 90%. Dan hasilnya adalah tanaman kelapa dengan panen buah seluruhnya kopior. Sementara pada pembibitan konvensional, persentase buah kopiornya hanya berkisar 1 hingga 2 butir dalam satu tandan pohon kelapa.
Sebenarnya semuanya sama. Pemeliharaannya, pemupukannya, bahkan hama penyakitnya semuanya sama. Kecuali benihnya yang berbeda. Kita pakai kultur jaringan. Tapi kultur jaringan belum dari satu belum bisa jadi 1.000, baru satu masih jadi satu. Namanya kultur embrio.
Satu tandan dari tanaman kelapa kopior hasil kultur jaringan ini bisa menghasilkan hingga 15 buah dengan rasa yang menggiurkan.
Saya sendiri yang sudah merasakan kelapa kopior ini tentunya sangat renyah, gurih, terus juga manis, dan tekstur dengan bentuknya itu juga sangat berbeda dengan kelapa yang biasa. Rasanya saya sangat senang sekali ya, karena ini juga saya pertama kali baru mencoba kelapa kopior ini dan ternyata rasanya benar-benar mantap.
Enak ya Mbak?
Enak banget.
Hingga kini, hasil kelapa kopior temuan Sisunandar telah dikirim ke berbagai kota di Indonesia. Dan jika Anda tertarik menanamnya, bibit kelapa kopior ini dijual dengan harga berkisar Rp1 juta per pohon. Imam Ambarwoto, Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Kita mulai informasi pertama hari ini, pemirsa. Salah seorang peneliti kopior dari Universitas Muhammadiyah di Purwokerto meraih gelar Profesor Kopior yang pertama di Indonesia. Uniknya, proses pengukuhan gelar ini dilakukan di areal kebun kelapa kopior, yang merupakan kebun plasma nutfah terlengkap di Indonesia.
Sisunandar, seorang dosen sekaligus peneliti kelapa kopior, meraih gelar Profesor ke-7 di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Dirinya sekaligus menjadi profesor pertama di Indonesia yang secara khusus meneliti dan mengembangkan kelapa kopior. Sisunandar sendiri tertarik dengan kelapa kopior karena budidayanya dengan metode alami cukup sulit dilakukan. Sejak tahun 2008 lalu, Sisunandar secara spesifik meneliti dan mengembangkan metode pembudidayaan kelapa kopior yang saat ini mempunyai nilai komoditas yang tinggi. Melalui teknik kultur jaringan, Sisunandar mampu membuat keberhasilan budidaya pohon kelapa kopior ini mencapai 95%. Bahkan, proses pengukuhan gelar profesor ini pun dilakukan di tengah areal perkebunan kelapa kopior milik Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto sebagai satu-satunya kebun plasma nutfah kelapa kopior terlengkap di Indonesia. Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Anjar Nugroho, mengatakan UMP Purwokerto sengaja mengukuhkan gelar Profesor Sisunandar ini di tengah kebun kelapa dengan tujuan memperkenalkan kebun kelapa tersebut kepada tamu undangan.
Para hakim untuk melihat dari dekat karya Profesor Sisunandar berupa kelapa kopior yang ditanam di kebun kelapa milik Universitas Muhammadiyah.
Ini kebun plasma nutfah paling lengkap di Indonesia berarti ini, Pak?
Iya, ya Allah ini adalah paling lengkap. Jenis-jenis kelapanya berasal dari berbagai daerah. Dan insya Allah ini adalah representasi jenis-jenis kelapa yang ada di Indonesia yang dikopiorkan.
Sementara itu, Profesor Sisunandar mengatakan jika dirinya tertarik dengan pembudidayaan ini karena Indonesia yang sangat kaya raya akan varietas kelapa. Sulitnya pembudidayaan kelapa kopior ini juga membuat dirinya membuat kebun plasma nutfah yang paling lengkap di Indonesia dan berharap pemerintah bisa memproteksi kekayaan hayati kelapa asli Indonesia.
Menjadi pionir juga untuk Indonesia.
Ya, karena plasma nutfah ini sangat mahal. Beberapa peneliti dari luar pengen banget.
Karena nanti proteksinya seperti apa, Prof?
Yang pasti kita tidak akan menjual butirannya. Karena di dalam butiran kopior itu ada embrionya yang bisa ditumbuhkan di mana saja. Kita tidak dan harapan saya pemerintah Indonesia saat ini tidak menjual kelapa butiran keluar karena di dalam kelapa butiran itu ada plasma nutfah yang kalau kita jual ke luar negeri itu kita juga jual plasma nutfahnya.
Saat ini, Indonesia merupakan penghasil kelapa terbesar di dunia. Meskipun begitu, masih banyak petani yang berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Sisunandar berharap karyanya ini nanti mampu meningkatkan penghasilan para petani kelapa kopior. Dari Purwokerto, Derby Tias, Metro TV.
Terima kasih. Anda masih di Jawa Tengah. 3 mahasiswa Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto melakukan penelitian dengan bahan kulit semangka. Hasilnya, mereka sukses membuat gel anti jerawat yang bisa membantu mengatasi jerawat bandel pada wajah. Seperti apa? Ini dia.
Yola Anggraini, Tika Ambarwati, dan Irmas Miranti. 3 mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto ini berhasil memanfaatkan kulit buah semangka menjadi penemuan bermanfaat, yakni gel anti jerawat. Ide tersebut berawal dari banyaknya limbah kulit semangka dan juga permasalahan jerawat yang umum dialami kaum muda. Dari hasil penelitian, ternyata kulit semangka memiliki senyawa aktif yang berfungsi sebagai antibakteri.
Kami satu tim itu untuk mencari tahu dari isi kandungan kulit semangka itu apa, dan salah satunya itu untuk anti jerawat. Terus kita berpikir biasanya kan yang biasa bermasalah anti jerawat itu kan remaja. Jadi kami memiliki inovasi itu dari situ, Pak, dari permasalahan itu.
Sebelum jadi gel obat jerawat, mereka membuat ekstraksi kulit semangka. Lalu, ekstrak dicampur dan dihaluskan bersama zat lain, serta bahan pembuat gel. Setelah itu, para mahasiswa lakukan pengujian laboratorium. Hasilnya, gel dapat menghambat pertumbuhan bakteri penyebab jerawat.
Jadi ini tahap kedua setelah ekstraknya terbukti secara ilmiah.
Terus ke depan mau seperti apa?
Kalau ke depan mungkin nanti akan dilakukan uji lanjutannya, Mas, macam praklinis sama klinisnya. Tapi sebelum klinis mungkin praklinis ya, karena praklinis juga cukup banyak sih, apalagi ini topikal.
Kedepannya, jika segala uji berhasil, gel ini tentunya bisa diproduksi massal dan menjadi alternatif obat berbahan alami untuk mengatasi jerawat. Nur Sasongko melaporkan untuk NET.
Wah, dari sini pun juga langsung terasa kesegarannya ya Bu, pemirsa wisata Blue Lagoon tadi. Kita beralih ke informasi selanjutnya. 3 mahasiswa dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto tahun ini berhasil mengikuti seleksi mahasiswa ratusan karya lainnya. Hal ini berkat inovasinya yang menjadikan lendir bekicot sebagai pasta gigi yang bahkan diklaim mampu mencegah kerusakan gigi dan penyebab gigi berlubang. Seperti apa khasiat dari lendir bekicot ini, kita lihat. Hewan bekicot biasanya terkesan menjijikan jika kita melihatnya di halaman rumah atau kebun. Namun ternyata bagian lendir dari hewan moluska ini diklaim mampu mencegah kerusakan gigi dan dapat mengobati gigi berlubang. Adalah 3 mahasiswa asal Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, yakni Novita Fitri Kurniasi, Rahma Fauzia Madaningrum, dan Nur Fidian Hasanah, mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi semester 6, yang menemukan inovasi dari lendir bekicot. Dalam penelitiannya, lendir bekicot ternyata memiliki kandungan protein acasin yang berfungsi sebagai reseptor enzim bakteri. Kandungan inilah yang kemudian digunakan sebagai penghambat pertumbuhan bakteri Streptococcus mutan yang menjadi penyebab kerusakan gigi. Dengan berbagai campuran khusus seperti xilitol, peppermint, natrium benzoat, dan zat selulosa, lendir bekicot kemudian dicampur menjadi adonan pasta. Hasil ramuan inilah yang kemudian menjadi pasta gigi yang dijuluki dengan nama pasta gigi gelecot.
Kami itu ingin merubah nasib dari masyarakat sendiri, di mana bahan yang tidak berguna menjadi sesuatu yang berguna dan bermanfaat tentunya untuk masyarakat Indonesia, terutama untuk pencegahan karies gigi.
Kalau di lendir bekicot ini kandungannya apa sih Mbak yang bisa digunakan?
Untuk kandungan lendir bekicot ini terdapat protein akasin yang dimana dia itu mampu menghambat di mana protein akasin ini merupakan salah satu faktor protein untuk menghambat adanya pembentukan sekutu di bakteri. Jadi itu dapat berpotensi sebagai penghambat bakteri Streptococcus mutan, di mana bakteri Streptococcus mutan ini merupakan salah satu penyebab karies gigi.
Proses penelitian dan inovasi lendir bekicot ini dilakukan sejak bulan April lalu setelah proposal penelitian ke Kemenristek-Dikti disetujui. Hasil inovasi ini yang mengantarkan ketiga mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto lolos dalam seleksi Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa tahun 2019, mengisikan ribuan peserta lainnya di Bali pada 27 Agustus 2019.
Karena bisa menghambat pertumbuhan bakteri. Sedangkan di wall kita kan itu ada bakteri Streptococcus mutan. Nah, kalau misalnya itu kita sikat gigi pakai yang ada zat aktifnya itu lendirnya, nah otomatis nanti ada mekanisme menghambat. Dari ribuan, kemudian kalau dari Universitas Indonesia mungkin yang lolos 126 universitas. Kalau dari judul dari ribuan berarti hanya 120.
Meski pasta gigi lendir bekicot telah terbukti sebagai bahan aktif penghambat kerusakan gigi, namun hasil penelitian ini masih harus melalui uji klinis lainnya sebelum dapat diproduksi secara massal.
Karya mahasiswa ini pun patut mendapat apresiasi atas inovasinya menggunakan bahan herbal dari hewan yang selama ini dianggap sebagai hama di kalangan masyarakat. Dari Purwokerto, dari Tias Metro TV.
Mengenal seni dan budaya asli Indonesia, sejumlah mahasiswa asing yang sedang menempuh studi di Purwokerto dikenalkan kepada musik gamelan. Para mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari sejumlah negara ini tampak antusias mempelajari alat musik khas Jawa tersebut.
Dibimbing seorang dosen, sejumlah mahasiswa dari mancanegara antusias mempelajari musik gamelan di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Banyumas. Tak hanya belajar secara detail tentang alat-alat musik tradisional, para mahasiswa asing tersebut belajar dan praktik langsung bermain gamelan. Diarahkan langsung oleh sang dosen, para mahasiswa asing nampak kesulitan dalam menabuh dan mengikuti instruksi sang pembimbing. Meski demikian, mereka terlihat asyik dan sangat menikmati memainkan alat musik khas Jawa tersebut.
I really like this kind of music. It's my first time actually playing it, and I'm really enjoying it. And I also like that it's not really difficult to learn. And
kind of hard some part, but it's easy to play. But it's hard to make a really music instrument to all gather up instruments. Yeah.
Are you like playing?
I like, yeah, sure.
First time playing. This is your first time?
No. I studied every Friday. Dua bulan every 2 months.
Gamelan dikenalkan kepada para mahasiswa asing agar mereka tak hanya belajar akademik saja selama tinggal di Indonesia, tetapi mereka juga mempelajari seni budaya tradisional yang asli Indonesia.
Kebanggaan dari kita, pengenalan budaya kita di situ, yang notabene mereka dari luar kemudian belajar bahasa Indonesia, tapi di sini juga tidak hanya bahasa Indonesia saja, tapi budayanya juga. Ya, budaya gamelan di sini, budaya musiknya.
Dengan mempelajari seni dan budaya Indonesia, diharapkan mahasiswa asing ini dapat menambah wawasan dan pengetahuan selama di Indonesia. Tak hanya pengetahuan akademis dan bahasa Indonesia, mereka juga tahu tentang kekayaan dan keberagaman seni tradisional bangsa ini. Bayu Nur Sasongko melaporkan untuk NET.
Wah, indah banget kan pemirsa. Nah, setelah lelah nih muter-muter taman bunga yang indah tadi, saya akan ajak Anda untuk berwisata kuliner nih, berburu kuliner tempe mendoan. Tapi kali ini bareng dengan puluhan mahasiswa asing dari berbagai negara nih yang sedang mengikuti International Summer Course tahun 2019, di mana mereka nih sangat antusias loh, sangat dikenalkan dan belajar membuat tempe mendoan. Dalam acara ini, para mahasiswa juga diajak untuk dapat menggoreng mendoan sekaligus mencicipi rasa mendoan yang menjadi salah satu makanan khas dari Kabupaten Banyumas. Kira-kira gimana ya bule-bule ini mencicipi mendoan? Kita lihat.
Inilah salah satu kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh 20 mahasiswa asing dari 4 negara yang sedang mengikuti International Summer Course tahun 2019 di Desa Ketenger, Kecamatan Baturaden, Banyumas. Para mahasiswa ini diajak untuk mengetahui sekaligus belajar bagaimana membuat tempe mendoan sebagai salah satu makanan khas Kabupaten Banyumas. Para mahasiswa yang datang dari Malaysia, Filipina, Turki, serta Sudan ini sengaja mendatangi pembuat tempe mendoan untuk melihat langsung cara dan proses pembuatannya. Mereka pun sangat antusias saat dijelaskan bagaimana tempe mendoan dibuat, mulai dari merebus kedelai hingga kedelai siap untuk diolah menjadi mendoan.
So it's mixed with from the wheat flour and rice flour.
Tempe mendoan sendiri memang berbeda cara pembuatannya dengan tempe pada umumnya, sebab mendoan sengaja dibuat tipis dan dibungkus daun pisang satu persatu. Para mahasiswa asing ini pun amat antusias saat diajak mempraktekkan cara membungkus mendoan. Nurul Syahira, salah seorang mahasiswa asal Malaysia, mengaku baru kali ini makan tempe mendoan yang menurutnya sangat berbeda dengan tempe lainnya. Dirinya juga sangat senang dapat belajar bagaimana cara membuat dan menggoreng mendoan, makanan khas Banyumas.
Kat sini saya belajar macam mana nak buat mendua. Agak berlainan dengan tempe yang berada dekat Malaysia. Sebab kat Malaysia bentuk dia adalah lebih tebal dan agak kecil. Tapi kat sini mendua dia lebih nipis dan agak besar lah. Dia macam bentuknya satu tangan dan rasanya juga agak berbeza. Rasa dia adalah, sebab kalau di Malaysia cara masak dia adalah kita boleh masukkan dalam masakan ataupun kita goreng.
Hal senada juga diungkapkan oleh Zaid Aldan, mahasiswa asal Turki. Dirinya yang telah 7 bulan berada di Indonesia mengaku menyukai makan tempe mendoan dan bahkan makanan ini saat ini pun menjadi salah satu makanan favoritnya.
Ya, enak ya, langsung.
Suka nggak?
Ya, suka.
Habis berapa? Habis makan berapa? Udah makan berapa?
Udah banyak, saya tinggal di sini ya. Kalau ada waktu, saya datang ke Batu Raden karena lebih enak di Batu Raden.
Karena dingin ya?
Lebih ya, crispy.
Sementara Novi Haryanti, pendamping International Summer Course 2019 dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, mengatakan para mahasiswa diajak tinggal bersama warga untuk lebih mengenalkan budaya lokal Banyumas. Mendoan yang baru mereka kenal juga sekaligus menjadi materi pengenalan mahasiswa akan kekayaan kuliner asli Banyumas.
Memperkenalkan kearifan lokal, budaya, termasuk mereka kami bawa untuk homestay di sini juga untuk memperkenalkan situasi kehidupan masyarakat di Banyumas khususnya dan juga memperkenalkan kekayaan lokal yang dimiliki oleh Banyumas, salah satunya tempe mendoan.
Pengenalan budaya khas Banyumas kepada mahasiswa asing ini juga sebagai bagian dari upaya untuk mempromosikan Indonesia di mata dunia internasional. Dari Banyumas, Darbe Tias, Metro TV.
Ya pemirsa, terima kasih Anda masih bersama kami dalam Berita TVMU. Inovasi memang tak pernah berhenti, seperti halnya yang dilakukan oleh salah satu dosen Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto yang mampu membuat es krim berbahan ubi jalar. Bahkan rasa es krim berbahan alami ini juga rasanya tak kalah dengan es krim konvensional. Berikut informasi selengkapnya untuk Anda.
Sejumlah mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah ini tampak sedang meracik adonan es krim berbahan baku ubi jalar. Mereka adalah para mahasiswa yang dibimbing oleh Insinyur Bambang Nugroho, dosen yang menemukan atau melakukan penelitian pembuatan es krim sehat dan berserat ini. Untuk proses pembuatannya, ubi jalar yang sudah direbus diiris-iris, lalu masukkan air secukupnya dan di blender. Setelah itu direbus di dalam panci, serta dicampur telur yang sudah di blender, gula pasir, susu full cream, vanila, sambil diaduk hingga merata. Setelah dingin, adonan es krim ubi jalar ini dituangkan ke plastik cetakan dan dibekukan di dalam freezer atau kulkas. Beberapa jam kemudian barulah es yang tidak menggunakan bahan pengawet dan halal ini pun sudah bisa dinikmati.
Ini es krim ubi jalar. Jadi es krim ubi jalar kita beri nama es krim patatas. Nah, ide ini awalnya ini dibuat dari hasil penelitian, menggunakan penelitian kolaborasi dari prodi yang ada di Fakultas Pertanian. Jadi ada prodi agroteknologi dan agribisnis. Nah, awalnya kita lakukan dilakukan itu untuk menghasilkan produk inovasi. inovasi yang pertama itu jadi kita hasilkan dari hasil penelitian itu kita substitusi bahan kering tanpa lemak yang ada di es krim itu dengan ubi jalar.
Sementara itu, para mahasiswa mengaku bahwa es krim ubi jalar ini rasanya tidak kalah enaknya dengan es krim konvensional.
Rasanya manis, tapi manisnya tuh manis asli, kayak bukan manis buatan. Terus ada apa kayak serat-serat dari ubi, jadi lebih kental sama lebih di tenggorok tuh lebih sering gitu.
Terus kalau perbandingan sama es krim yang biasa itu seperti apa?
Perbandingannya mungkin ini dari bahan-bahan alami, terus apa harganya juga terjangkau.
Lebih sehat.
Ya, lebih sehat dan mungkin buat yang diabetes nggak perlu khawatir, soalnya ini bahan-bahan alami semua, bukan pakai pemanis buatan.
Wildan Aji Saputra, Tegar Roli, memberitakan dari Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Ya, pemirsa, informasi tadi sekaligus menjadi penutup jumpa kita kali ini. Saksikan terus informasi cerdas dan mencerahkan hanya di TVmu, TV Muslim terbesar di Indonesia. Saya Samarsha beserta kerabat kerja yang bertugas pamit undur diri dari hadapan Anda. Sampai jumpa, salam pencerahan, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon perhatian untuk semua peserta international conference untuk bisa pindah room ya. Sebagian ada dibagi menjadi 7 room. Jadi silahkan yang tetap di room 1 atau main room itu sekitar 15 orang. Selebihnya silahkan join di room 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dan 7. Sekali lagi, kepada seluruh peserta seminar internasional untuk bisa join ke room yang lain. Untuk yang di main room hanya 15 peserta saja. Silahkan bisa join ke room 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sebagai audiens.
Pemecahan rekor muri ini dilakukan usai upacara hari pramuka hari ini.
Cek voice. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to oral presentation session for international conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dedi Purito from Faculty of Health Science, Nursing Department, especially on community nursing. This afternoon session, we have 10 presenters to present their topic, and my assistant will play recording video for all of you, but please stay at this meeting, Zoom meeting, for clarification or question from the other participant. So anticipate that you will miss your question for the other participant. Before we start, let's start with basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That I mentioned before that we have 10 presenters. To efficient the time, I divide into two. Technical problem. So start with basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. 10 participants that I check one by one. Salsa Bila Talita Dama Alkata, Rian Michael Educado, Rismawati, Dwi Aprianti, Fani Susanto, Beni Arif, Profikoh Prastiwi, Edlidawati, Anastasia Anna, and the last one is Benawati. Everyone already joined this meeting, so we can start from Salsabila Talita Dama. So that the participant please follow the video and collect your question. So after 5 of you present, we continue with the question and answer session. Please share the video for the Salsabila Talita Dama.
Mangkata. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. In these opportunities, I would like to present my research about the correlation between community. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Salsabila Tarita Mangkata. I'm from Universitas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Salsabila.
Belum, Pak. Apakah
Wait for technical. Okay, Salsabila the title is correlation between community health, weather knowledge, and the role of preventing COVID-19 in Teluk village.
Bila Tarita Mangkata. I'm from Universitas.
Sudah mungkin, Pak.
Video already show at your screen. Please. Participant, please comment. You already saw the.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Video dari
Wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Salsabila Tarita Mangkata. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. In these opportunities, I would like to present my research about the correlation between community health cadres, knowledge, and the role in preventing COVID-19 in Teluk village. Background of my research based on data from World Health Organization as of August 2021, COVID-19 cases have infected 223 countries, including Indonesia, with a total 100 million confirmed cases globally. The number of cases in Indonesia was growing day by day. On August 2021, the total number of cases had reached 3 million so many cases, including 100,000 so many cases of death. COVID-19 cases in Central Java reached 300,000 cases until August 2021, while positive confirmed COVID-19 cases in Banyumas reached 30,000 so many cases until August 2021, with a distribution map in Teluk Purwokerto Selatan village showing 435 people were declared cured. 18 people were still in hospital and 36 people did self-isolation. The government had developed a policy to restrict the spread of COVID-19 by enacting large-scale social restriction or PSBB. The implementation of the policy has an effect on a number of regions' red lines to prepare for it, including the Banyumas Regency government. According to the table for COVID-19 distribution in Central Java Banyumas, which is ranked 2 out of 35 regencies in Central Java, has a relatively high number of COVID-19 cases. Banyumas had currently implemented PPKM level 4, which had been extended from August 10 to August 16, 2021, and involved the closure of multiple highways. This was done in order to prevent COVID-19 from spreading in Banyumas. The COVID-19 pandemic is a particularly troubling time for women with toddler. In the meantime, immunization is essential for toddlers in order to protect them from a variety of disease. According to the result of my interview with numerous cadres, the Posyandu has been temporarily suspended since March 2020. The Posyandu, however, had been functioning again since September 2020 and to August 2021. The threat to children's health is one of the issues that has gotten a lot of attention during the pandemic because Posyandu and Puskesmas or health center have closed their immunization clinic for toddlers. This is the case. During a pandemic, most mothers are concerned about taking their children to health facility to be immunized, despite the fact that immunization is essential. So it is likely that basic immunization coverage for children will decrease. The Soch Purwokerto area, particularly Teluk village, that was originally considered a red zone due to 14 COVID-19 positive cases that have now been declared cured. However, this is likely to heighten parental anxiety when it comes to taking their children to the doctor for immunization. Cadre must play an important role in delivering important information about safe and comfortable immunization processing during the pandemic to alleviate parental anxieties. Cadres in the village play an important role in community empowerment since they will have more personal interaction with the community, which will be especially important during a pandemic. The purpose of this study was to figure out the correlation between CHCS knowledge and the role in preventing COVID-19. Methodology research. This research took a cross-sectional approach and employed a quantitative method. Teluk Village was the location of this study. The research took place in April and May 2021. This research included a sample of 64 people from 135 population. The research applied the percentage and chi-square test analysis to respond to the problem formulation. Respondents were given a questionnaire with 30 questions that include the demographic information as well as question indicators such as the definition of COVID-19, length of exposure, symptom, impact, transmission, prevention, and perception of COVID-19 vaccination. Result, characteristic of respondent, there were 4 people with an elementary education level, 9 people with a junior high school education, 41 people with senior high school education, 5 people with a diploma, and 5 people with bachelor degree among the 64 respondents. In this study, there were 14 persons under the age of 40, 25 people between the age of 40 and 50, 22 people between the age of 50 and 60, and 3 people beyond the age of 60. The length of time each cadre has been a cadre various, with 37 people having a cadre for 1 to 10 years, 22 people for 11 to 20 years, and 5 people having been cadres for more than 20 years. distribution of cadres knowledge category of about COVID-19 from 64 respondents. 30 people had good knowledge, while 34 people had moderate or fair knowledge. Distribution of COVID-19 prevention role from 64 respondents, 39 people played an optimal role, while 25 people played a non-optimal role in preventing COVID-19. Correlation between cadre knowledge about COVID-19 and the role of COVID-19 prevention. The ASIM value shows side to side less than 0.005, indicating that there is a correlation between cadre knowledge of COVID-19 and the role of COVID-19 prevention in the village. The OR value obtained from the analysis is 0.173, indicating that cadre will good knowledge are at risk of performing the COVID-19 preventive role 0.173 times more often than cadres with a fair knowledge with 95% confidence level of 0.05, the lowest risk, and 0.52 the highest risk. Conclusion 1. Most of respondents in this study were mostly high school graduates and in productive age. The majority of the respondents in this study had been cadres for between 1 to 10 years. 2. There were 30 respondents with a good knowledge, 34 respondents with a moderate level of knowledge, and no cadre with a low level of knowledge. 3. The majority of respondents surveyed as cadres in the prevention of COVID-19 were 39 respondents playing an optimal role and 25 playing a non-optimal role. And the last, there is a correlation between the knowledge of cadres about COVID-19 and the role of preventing COVID-19, which is indicated by the p-value is 0.0011. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good presentation from Salsabila. So, for your information that today discussion, the presentation divided into two sessions. Session 1, the video recording will play, and then followed by question and answer session. And the last session is number 6 until 10 participant video recording will play. In the second presenter, Rian Michael, with the title is Protective Rule of Resilience on COVID-19 Impact on the Quality of Life of Filipino Students.
Dia nggak ingin video stresnya.
Oh.
Stres nggak? Dia nggak angkat.
I'm sorry that Rian sent the video. Yeah, so move to the participant number 3. Responsibility with the title Cross-Sectional Study, the relationship between online learning media with the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation skill of nursing student. Enjoy the video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Bismawati. I am student of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. I will take presentation the scientific article Cross-Sectional online learning media with the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation a student and this Isna Hikmawati is a lecturer. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected 215 countries in the world, and colleagues are demanded to hold the online learning process with calm and be forced to communicate knowledge about cardiopulmonary resuscitation to the students. After this, has descriptive correlation with research with cross-sectional thought that was conducted in the Faculty of Health Sciences in January 2021. The sample was taken using proportional substituted random sampling technique with several in 30 respondents. The test that was done was the statistic square test result. The result of this research found that the most implemented learning media include methods with system respondents. 13.5% with 13 respondents, 34.2%, and YouTube with 10 respondents, 26.3%. The result also showed that 57.9% of the respondents had low knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation skills and 42.1% and a good knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation skills means well the care test showed that there is a correlation between online learning media and the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation skill with p-value of 0.001. Conclusion is most of the respondents are female, 29 respondents, 73.3%. The offense is 20.443 years with a standard deviation of 0.720 and maximum of 20 years. And the repeating of respondents who have received information access ideal those who have access to the internet signal are the same as 19 respondents, 15%. The second descriptive of learning media async media is 13 respondents, 54.2%. YouTube media is 15 respondents, 49.5%, and 10 respondents are asking between plus YouTube, 26.3%. The description of the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation that have low knowledge is 37.9%, and respondents who have high low knowledge are 43.1%. With a correlation between online learning media and the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation so among nursing students of Universitas Muhammadiyah. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum wabarakatuh.
Yeah, the committee already set up the video to prevent technical problem, but Risma have the sound not clear compared with the background sound. But it's okay, still you can show the PowerPoint. Okay, continue with the participant 4 is Dwi Apriyanti. The title is Vida as an action for handling children with fever in the cheering frame, a phenomenological study. Please enjoy the
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Dwi Apriyanti. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Dwi Apriyanti. I'm from University Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. I will presentation my journal in the with title Bapidara as an Action for Handling Children with Fever in the Jiring Tribe, a phenomenological study. Okay, next. Background. Fever is often found with various symptoms of either infection or non-infection. Most parents will have a different point of view in handling fever. The culture of casting a spell on children with the fever still becomes the alternative for the Jiring tribe because they believe it has something to do with supernatural beings which cannot be explained medical. Purpose from my journal is to explore the experience of people in the Jiring tribe in handling fever by casting a spell. My thought by my journal is this qualitative research used a phenomenological approach whose data were collected through a structured interview on 5 participants who have toddlers in the Jiring tribe, 1 midwife, and 1 shaman. Result. Result from my journal is there were symptoms identified in this research, including 1. The people understanding about casting a spell and people who have the ability in handling fever. 2. The reason why mothers prefer casting a spell as the treatment to handle fever on toddlers. 3. The children condition after being cast a spell on. 4. the experience about the benefit of casting a spell on children. 5. The effect of casting a spell on children. And 6. The roles of mothers in handling fever. Conclusion about my journal is the result of this research can be the basis of the development on science related to complementary therapy on children with fever. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very strong presentation. That is good. Appreciate for to be with session 1, last presenter, Fani Susanto, with title Analysis, Histogram, and Grayscale Value of Computed Radiotherapy in Thorax and Patient with Lung Cancer. For all participants, please write your question on chat box. So for participant will answer or comment for your question. Mr. Yan, in this room, Rian Michael. Oh, no. Okay. The Fani Susanto video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fani Susanto. I'm from Radiology Imaging Technology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. And the next, in this good opportunity, I will present to you about my research. The title is Analysis Histogram and Grayscale Values of Computed Radiography Image Thorax on Patient with Lung Cancer. The introduction of my research. In radiology, there are many parts can be used. This examine. One of them is thorax or lung. Lung cancer is one of common pathology. Can be used the radiology examination. Diagnosis modality is thorax radiography conventional examination. For the image processing of thorax radiology conventional examination can be used CR or computed radiography. But in a hospital, radiologists evaluate the image just only by visual interpretation. This is can be a diagnosis not accurate. Of the image of thorax CR. This is named histogram and grayscale. This one, the picture of histogram and the set of the histogram is grayscale. For histogram and grayscale, by the original research, look at the Athena et al. In 2018. The research is about comparison of grayscale and histogram thorax computed radiography CR image in tuberculosis or TBC patient with normal thorax image. For my research, the difference with Athena et al. In 2018 is the pathology that used. In my research, the pathology is about lung cancer patient, but there are same research. This is about histogram and grayscale value on thorax CR image on radiology examination. For the purpose of my research is to differentiate and analyze the histogram and grayscale values of anterior or PA projection. For the exposure factor is KV 54. For the MAS is 200, and last the second is 0.06. For the image and data analysis use ImageG, which the ImageG use intensity distribution. For the step can be looked at the side, and this one for the A, this is primary hospital. The sample is, this is consists on 6 women and 4 men. This is 5 patients with pathology, and this is lung cancer, and 5 patients without pathology or normal patient. For the result, we look the slide. This is for the result, image of thorax, which the A picture is about the image from normal patient and B in patient with lung cancer. For the histogram, we look together in a image. This is the histogram with normal patient beside of image. This is the image of thorax CA with lung cancer. For the grayscale, we look together the image from the normal patient. The average of the grayscale of the patient with normal is statistic 0.5 and 8, and then the thorax CA with lung cancer is average of the grayscale is 97.80. For the discussion of my research, this is differences in the patient lung condition in the two type of patient themselves. Between the image can look at together, which A picture is a normal patient and B is patient with lung cancer. For the histogram and grayscale in the normal patient, this is histogram, so a graph that tend to shift to the left or tend to black the area or loosen. This is because in the normal patient, chest radiography examination is performed. The patient will take a breath, which cause of the patient condition to expand with full air. And then for the thorax CA image of lung cancer patient, this is the histogram tend to the right side, yes. This is the opaque area. This is because patient lung containing different material, this is cancer, compared to normal patient. This was caused the thorax or chest radiograph image in patient with clinical cancer. When we form the distributor of pixel in the histogram will tend to shift to the right or more opaque area compared with normal patient. For the conclusion and recommendation, and the first conclusion, the histogram of the thorax radiograph in normal patient tend to shift to the left, more loosened, or more black with an average grayscale of 66.58, and the histogram of the thorax radiography in patient with lung cancer tend to shift to the right, more opaque with a value of the average grayscale in 0.80. And the recommendation of my research in confirming the clinical diagnosis of lung cancer, radiologists should look at the histogram and grayscale values to answer the accuracy of image interpretation. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for my mistake. Sorry for my bad English. And see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Discussion time. Anyone from participant? The 4 participant already. Salsabila, Rismawati, Dwi Priyanti, and the last one is Fani. Please, you can raise your hand or direct question for the presenter. Anyone? Oh, chat box. I am Benny. From UMPB. I have some question for Smawati. Who conducted CPR study? My question are, how many times participants wrote CPR online? Then despite the evidence result, how participants get low result. First level of knowledge regarding CPR will reflect high quality of CPR practice. Yeah. For Smawati, are you here? Rismawati. This one not available. Not available here. This one. Okay, I think for this one. For other participants, have any question? Okay, try to need to qualify from Pani Susanto. Are you here? Pani, you hear me? Pani Susanto. Yeah, I show you on this room. My question is, can the medical doctor or the personnel just saw the histogram or the grayscale graph to define the case of cancer? Mr. Fani? Fani? Something? Can I speak something, please, for set for the audio?
Yes, I'm here.
So this can be, we can show the histogram or the grayscale only to identify the cancer or something happened in the lung, not to the real picture. This can be identified, or you can explain more?
Yes, thank you for the question. About lung cancer in radiology image. In practice, the radiologists should interpret the image by visual interpretation, but in real, the interpret of the image can be more accurate with the intensity pixel of the image by CR image on monitor workstation. This is one can be alternative by radiologists to interpret the image not only by visual evaluation with histogram and grayscale. This is one can be help the radiologist to interpret or evaluate the image can be more accurate. Maybe it's enough for my explanation.
So for the make clear the picture of the graph of the thoracal picture, so the radiographist should change the what you call the contrast, right? Contrast, brightness, something like that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Make the disease or cancer more show up or more clear for the picture, right?
Yes. With the histogram and grayscale in image can be more clear in interpretation. With the histogram and grayscale, we can get the value intensity of pixel. This is one can be more diagnostic value beside the interpretation of visual grading by radiologists. This is the reason why I research for the subject.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, sir.
Penny from Pekalongan is still waiting for Risma. Risma here. Are you here, Risma? Or you can ask a question for the other party presenter. Dwi Apriyanti, can you explain what is the Babidara more clear in English? Dwi Apriyanti here. Dwi, I saw your name here. Dwi Apriyanti. Check your hand, Dwi, or on your camera. So your face. Babidara. No comment. Okay. How about the Salsabila here? Salsabila. Salsa. Talita. Salsa. Oh. Dwi Apriyanti. Maybe need to. Dwi, you can use your mic. Can you use your mic, Dwi?
Mute.
Ya, oke.
Oke. Babidara dalam bahasa Inggris. Babidara is sejenis apa? Traditional medicine, but terapi non medis. Ya, terapi non medis. Bahasa Inggris.
Babidara.
Ya, Pak. Yes, sir.
So anyone can help Dwi Apriyanti to translate the Babidara in English so the other participant will understand.
Jadi di sini.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa, dah coba gimana?
Pak. Jadi Babidara itu sejenis jenis pengobatan tradisional yang menggunakan jasa yang dilakukan oleh dukun.
Terus?
Di sini tuh dukun atau bahasa Inggrisnya shaman. Nah, pengobatannya itu kan nggak cuma di Bangka aja, tapi sepertinya di seluruh dunia masih ada yang menggunakan pengobatan jenis ini. Tapi umumnya disebut dengan Babidara. Tapi kalau di daerah sini namanya Bijampi. Pengobatannya itu dengan menggunakan media air yang membacakan doa-doa. Seperti itu, Pak. Bisa masuk nalar.
Airnya diapain itu? Dioles apa diminum apa di?
Ya, airnya itu air biasa.
Ya diapain? Dioles-oles apa?
Ada yang dari botol cuman dibacakan doa saja gitu, Pak.
Terus diminum?
Ya, sebagian ada yang dikasih minum, ada yang disiram, dimandikan, dan disiram.
Oh ya. Okay, this is a very interesting phenomena. Papidara is a traditional medicine, yeah, from the traditional healer. For using the pure water or mineral water, and the traditional healer talk to holy word. Pakai bacaan Quran atau bacaan apa? Mantranya apa? Mantra bahasa apa itu? Dwi?
Bacaannya tuh bacaan Quran, Pak. Biasanya, tapi kalau di sini nggak pernah dikasih tahu bacaannya kayak gimana. Cuman pakai pakai doa-doa yang ada di Quran.
Ya, ya. The effect of action Papidara. So the result of the Papidara phenomena study, what is the result? Dwi?
Mute. Can you repeat, Pak? Repeat again, Pak. Pak.
Ya, pardon?
Mohon maaf tadi hasilnya, resultnya.
Result, what result?
Iya, dari penelitian saya ditemukan 6 tema. Tema yang pertama itu tentang apa sih? Lupa tuh. Salah satunya apa? Kok aku lupa kan? Pak, ada di apa? Ada di PPT.
Come on, Dwi. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
So the study found 6 times for the phenomenal study, but in this session, we cannot mention what exactly the result because you get some trouble with stress, yeah, a lot of stress, so she got loss of mind, forget the result. Okay, the Salsabila already here, or Risma? Risma, no. Salsabila, Salsa. Please describe the common rule of the health cadre in Teluk or Indonesian context. Compare with the current rule. I mean, before and after the COVID-19 pandemic, is there any difference?
Maaf, minta tolong diulang pertanyaannya karena nggak jelas.
Oh iya. Apakah ada perbedaan peran antara sebelum dan sesudah fenomena pandemi? Before and after pandemi. Okay, in English.
Izin menjawab, Pak. Ada perbedaan sebelum pandemi ini posyandunya.
Try English language. Right. Kalau nggak bisa
Pakai
ya.
bahasa Indonesia aja ya, Pak. Sebelum pandemi, posyandunya berjalan dengan lancar. Lalu tidak ada karena sebelum pandemi kan tidak ada penyakit apa-apa, jadi protokolnya tidak ada. Lalu setelah pandemi ini kan sempat berhenti beberapa bulan, lalu ada lagi. Makanya diterapkan dengan adanya protokol kesehatan sebelum anaknya ditimbang itu dicek suhunya terlebih dahulu, lalu ada cuci tangan terlebih dahulu, kayak gitu, Pak. Perannya lebih optimal lagi karena memang harus sesuai dengan protokolnya.
Sudah?
Sinyalku jelek sekali. Sudah, Pak.
Okay. Okay, Salsa Bila told that there is some different the rule of healthcare in the community or the village before and after the pandemic. So today rules more advanced, more rising than the rule of their responsibility in the community before the pandemic. Seperti itu, Salsa. Okay, for your information, all the participants, beside me, Mam Zuzet Satabona from News, looking for the best oral presentation. So try your best to do inside of this presentation and maybe also in the discussion session. Okay. The Ryan Michael already here. Ryan, oh no. So Risma. Sorry for Mr. Benny. Risma doesn't here, so maybe you can. What you can do for your patient. It's okay, okay. Okay. Another question for this first session. Or we move to the next session. Presenter number 6, Benny Arif Sulistianto, for self-reporting spiritual care among Muslim ICU nurses in the rural area of Indonesia. Join the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Benny Arif Sulistianto. I'm from University of Muhammadiyah Pegadaian, Pekalongan. Self-reported knowledge, self-reported spiritual care among Muslim ICU nurses in Indonesia. Okay, wait a minute. As we know, patients with terminal illness, especially those who treated in the ICU, has a high risk of experiencing life-threatening problems such as fear, physical pain, isolation, the unexpected or uncertain situation. When a patient in a state of illness, loss, or grief, a person's energy will decrease to affect the patient's mental health. Therefore, spiritual care must be integrated into nursing practice to meet patients' spiritual need. However, ICU nurses often more focus on various life-saving treatments rather than spiritual care. Therefore, the spiritual aspect of the patient and families is often neglected. The study aimed to explore how ICU nurses in the rural hospitals provide spiritual care therapeutics. The study is a use convenient sample And all ICU nurses who work in hospital in the area of Pekalongan Regency is included, as many as 39 nurses. And we use NSCTS, the Nurse Spiritual Care Therapeutic Scale, as the instrument. And this questionnaire consists of 17 item questions using a Likert scale. And this research was conducted on June 2019. All data were managed and analyzed using Microsoft Excel. Here's the result. The mean of age of this study is around 37, and the youngest is 29, and the oldest is 48. And most of the participant is male. It's around 53.8%. And in the terms of education level, mostly this participant is a vocational nurses, which is 3 years study. And all participant is Muslim, and there is actively in religious activity. And most of the participants are never have a similar spiritual care seminar or anything. And here is the main result. From the Nurse Spiritual Care Therapeutic Scale, most of participants have a good score in terms of religious practice or belief, such as illness, and also assess a patient's spiritual care or religious belief and or practice that are pertinent to health, as well as listen to patient talk about spiritual concern. In the item questions in this perspective, the ICU nurses have a good score, as well as when ICU nurses also offer to pray with in the context of documentations, ICU nurses have a lacked documented spiritual care. So in conclusions, on average, Muslim ICU nurses had a good spiritual care. Muslim ICU nurses also have a good spiritual care, especially regarding to patients' religious faith or practice. However, ICU nurses had to improve their spiritual care documentation. This study is not perfect. We understand that. Because this study had a small sample size, since the number of ICU nurses in the rural hospital is relatively few. And also, this study was a self-reported study. Therefore, it would be different from the patient's or family's perspective. That's my end of presentation. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you for Mr. Benny. It's good presentation. The next one, Professor Prastiwi here. The study about the joint radiographic examination technique with anteroposterior and lateral projection in osteoarthritis cases. Waiting for video. For Anastasia here. Anastasia, are you here? Participant number 9 not available. Okay, turn to video Rovikov Plus TV, please.
Arthritis case. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rafiq Prastiwi from Teknologi Radiologi Pencitraan 4, Muhammadiyah University Purwokerto. In here, I will tell about my presentation with my journal research that knee joint radiograph examination technique with anterior, posterior, and lateral project in osteoarthritis case. Introduction. The development of radiology began with the discovery of X-ray by William Cornet Romsang, a German physicist, in experiment of November 1895. Developed our science and technology into the world of medicine. The principle of radiology state in the X-ray that hit an object will produce a radiograph image that can help establish the diagnosis of disease. The technique of examination of an organ becomes support of special aircraft. One such examination is an examination of the knee joint organ. Knee joint is one of the joints that have a complete function. Knee joint is large joint and the most complex motion joint in the human body, arranged by a consistent of lateral cartilage of the meniscus and the medial checking the knee. Radiograph examination is in the knee joint pain, making an result and in the correct diagnosis by the radiologist. Therefore, it is important for the case of osteoarthritis correctly examination of the knee at the radiology installation of Aji Barang Hospital using AP and lateral projection with a vertical beam direction perpendicular, while the sterile examination of the direction of the beam at the knee joint with a lateral project at the angle. Next. Method. This type of analysis use qualitative with the case study approach on the knee joint osteoarthritis. This data collected is located in the installation of Aji Barang Hospital. The subject used were led to the examination of knee joint radiograph. Subject and described based on the gender and the examination technique used are the AP and lateral. Next. Result. A patient on behalf of Mr. S, 56 years old, and December 15, 2020, with clinical osteoarthritis of the knee joint. A radiograph examination of the knee joint was performed with anterior, posterior, and lateral project. The patient condition is cooperative and can walk normal with complaint of knee. Patient preparation. The patient come the radiology installation with a request letter for radiology examination. The letter is then registered at the radiology registration selection. After registration on the Hospital Information and Management System (SIM-RS), the officer hand it over to the radiographer, and the radiographer prepare the equipment used in the radiograph examination of the knee joint. The input patient data on digital radiograph. After everything is ready, the radiographer call the patient into the room. In the patient's room, it is explained about the examination procedure to be carried out. Anamnesis. During the radiograph examination, the delivery person or the patient's family is prohibited from accompanying him in the Zoom for radiology safety for the patient's family. Furthermore, the examination is carried out with two projections, namely AP and lateral projection. There is no special preparation. The patient is only as the removed metal object that can cause artifact and fold the pen up so that the canoe can be seen clearly and the patient is given direction of or explanation regarding the examination to be carried out. Next. Preparation of tool and material X-ray aircraft tool name CMS Opti serial number 52450 ER digital imaging receptor processing film digital radiograph printer imager check table or Pakistan exposure factor KV 75 with MAS 8 radiation protection distant irradiation field shielding exposure factor. Next. Inspection technique. The first posterior anterior projection. Patient position. The patient is positioned in a supine sleeping position and on the examination table without rotation from the pelvis. Private pass for the patient head. The lower legs should be full extension. Position of object, leg and middle leg and knee to the CR. Turn the foot to medial 3 to 5 to for the knee in through. Please stand back on the feet and ankle joint to establish if need. CR direct parallel right parallel to the articular face. For patient of average size, CR is perpendicular to the air. Point to the vertical CR perpendicular to the cassette to a point 1-2 inches below the patella master. Next. Radiograph criteria. Distal femur and proximal tibia and fibula are clearly visible. Femoral tibial joint slit apart to open with the articular base to the tibia. Visible at the end, only minimal visual surface area. There is no rotation as averaged by symmeter, femur, femoral condylus, a branch and tibialis joint space. Next. Lateral projection atau medial lateral. Patient position the patient laterally recumbent, pass for the patient's head, support, object position the body and legs, regular rotation so that knee joint is in a true lateral position, slit the knee joint. 20 to 30, align the leg and knee in the middle of the cassette central raise, CR point 50 to 70 raise toward the cephalad. Next. Radiograph criteria. Distal femur, proximal tibia and fibula and patella are clearly visible in radiograph image. Femoral patellar joint and the knee joint seen opening through lateral indicated by femoral condylus superposition. Next. Film processing conducted at the radiology installation of Aji Barang Hospital using digital radiography. Result of the examination of reading of radiolog doctor knee joint examination with case of osteoarthritis dextra is made with AP and lateral project. effect of the projection osteoarthritis genu-dextra grade 3 good bone structure. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The other radiographer presentation talk about the knee joint radiographic examination. Very interesting. Thank you for Ms. Rofiko. For your information, that is only one lab. The participant or the presenter for this session from one. This is Irnawati from your name from LUZ Malaysia. The study about the incident of tuberculosis among children in the Pekalongan. Because the other participant, the other presenter, not available in this room, so to prevent the question that no one can answer, so I decided just only the presenter in this room will be playing the video. Please enjoy the Miss Irnawati video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone from wherever you are. My name is Irnawati. I'm PhD in nursing student from Lincoln University College of Malaysia. First, honorable to the Committee of Second International Nursing and Health Science Conference, University of Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Today, I will present my research about the incidence of tuberculosis among children in the Pekalongan. Okay. This is my team. I'm Irnawati, PhD in nursing student, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. And my friend is Beni Arif Sulistianto, MSN, and Nurse Desi Sri Hardini, MKAP SPKAP AN. The background of my research is Mycobacterium tuberculosis is the leading cause of death worldwide from a single bacterial pathogen. World Health Organization estimates that only 1 million children have TB disease and many more harbor a latent form of infection. Evaluation of time trends is an integral part of comprehensive analysis of tuberculosis among children data. The objective of my study is to assess trends in tuberculosis among children incident in the period 2015 until 2021. My research methodology, tuberculosis among data were collected from tuberculosis database of Pekalongan Health Department from 2015 until 2021. Data were analyzed by using Microsoft Excel. The result of this research is the graphic of the tuberculosis in children from 2015 until 2021. In the period of 2015 until 2019, the tuberculosis among children incidence significantly increased from 11 to 165 cases. Then dropped in the period of 2019 until 2021 from 165 to 32 cases. The largest increase in trend in the analyzed period was observed for 2019, which saw an increase of 165 cases. The conclusion, knowledge of the current tuberculosis among children, burden in the population, and its time trends will help to prioritize targets and future research allocation to tuberculosis among children control. Thank you very much and see you in the conference.
Thank you, Ms. Wirnawati. So, session 2, only 1, 2, 3. The presenter. Anyone from the other participant? Do you have any question for the presenter today? Mr. Benny talk about the self-reported spiritual care among Muslim ICU nurses. Ms. Rofiko, need join radiographic examination, and the last one is Irnawati in the incident of tuberculosis among children in Pekalongan. Silakan pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak Bapak, nanti saya translate. Please you can ask with the bahasa. I try to translate it to English. Yeah, somebody already raised hand. Yeah. Who is raised the hand? Siapa tadi yang langsung di mic-nya? Mom Suzette?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, po. In behalf of the NUST College of Nursing here in the Philippines, we would like to acknowledge this opportunity given to me in behalf of the College of Nursing, of course, for us to be able to sit and evaluate those quality researches presented this afternoon. So, as I am monitoring on the presentation, and as I am briefly evaluating the following researches, I would like to have some takeaways for all of the research. Ayon. So first and foremost, this is the perks of having an internet presentation, because on both ends, on my end and on your end, we are experiencing some technical glitches. However, those studies are clearly enumerated and clearly discussed by the researchers. So I will be leaving to our moderator, Sir Dedi Porvito, for the best presenter on direct message. But I would like to congratulate everyone for this initiative and for this lab of research. So from the Philippines, please stay safe and keep others safe. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Suzette. We're still waiting for the question for the other participants. Please, anyone? And like I mentioned before that after this discussion session, we choose one the best oral presentation and maybe from the committee small gift or maybe just a certificate for the best oral presentation, and will be given by tomorrow. Okay, my turn to ask question to Mr. Benny. Self-reported spiritual care among Muslim how you use the your own questionnaire, or from you develop from your experience, or you adopt from other scholar?
Okay, thank you. From NCT and SCTS questionnaire, I adopt from other researcher, and since it's from Netherlands, I believe, but the questionnaire is originally from English, in English, and then I translate it into Bahasa and conduct some CVI for the content validity index, and then try to test and retest, and the result is reliable and valid. And after in Bahasa version, I use it to the participant. Yeah.
So you believe that this is fit for our society? I mean, commonly we adopt some questionnaire from the Western, that some maybe the question not fit for our culture. You believe that this is fit? Or you?
I think the item questionnaire is quite fit in particular area, but some word it's not appropriate for us. For example, especially for Muslim. For example, for chaplain. So when I translate it, it's a chaplain or religious leader or something like that. We can give an apostrophe for explanation. It's from like ustad, religious leader, Muslim religious leader, and etc. or imam, something like that. So the translation would in Bahasa would be different from the original version. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Irna, this incident of tuberculosis among children in the Pekalongan. You study in Pekalongan as a district or as a sub-district, kecamatan atau kabupaten?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dedi, for the question. My research location is in Pekalongan City, and I take the data from Pekalongan Health Department, and then content of public health. All public health in the Pekalongan City is about 17 Pekalongan public health. And then content of 6 hospital in Pekalongan City. So the data in this research is all the population in the Pekalongan City. But in Pekalongan also have Pekalongan district. Pekalongan divided into 2 area, Pekalongan City and Pekalongan district. And especially in my research is in the Pekalongan City.
Okay, so your study represent of the Pekalongan City, right? Consists of 17 primary health center, right? Okay.
Yes, 17 family health center is all of the family health center in Pekalongan City.
Okay, strong data. So you use
Yes.
the secondary or the primary data to explore all of incident.
Secondary data from Pekalongan Health Department is Pekalongan Health Department have an application to collect the data. The name is SITD, System Information Tuberculosis. So I take the data from this application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Irna. The last one,
You're
Rafiko.
welcome.
The technique. Is there any effect of knee joint examination technique? I mean, from anterior posterior and lateral projection. I mean, different result or different, what you call in radiographic term. You can you explain more simple one in common language, please, Rafiko? Rafiko still here? Rafiko, use your microphone. Rafiko still here, but okay. Okay, Rafiko, answer. Okay, this is the last our togetherness here, and time to Mom Suzette to inform the best oral presentation or best video or best comment in our session. Please, Mom Suzette.
Yes po. So as I was evaluating the presentation based on the rubric and based on the questions raised by our first team moderator, Sir Deddy, I would like to congratulate the last presenter. I did not quite get her name, but the title is The Incidence of Tuberculosis Among Children.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am Irnawati. So congratulations with your presentation. The PowerPoint presentation, I appreciate the very simple flashes of the content with no many textual on it, and then you deliver very well your content, and you answer gracefully on the question raised by our moderator. Congratulations once again, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mom. And Miss Irna, you are the best video in presenter today. And thank you for your attention on this room session. This is the final of this today, and see you on tomorrow. Let's finish with Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Deddy. Thank you, Miss Suzy.
Can I ask for a photo opportunity, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes, po. Sir Deddy, can I ask for a photo opportunity?
Okay, photo session.
Yes.
So on your camera. Camera. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ready? Okay.
Thank you very much. Permission to leave the room,
much.
sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Gila, masih masih nge-zoom. Hah? Jangan mikir.
In the health sector. She is the current president of the International Society of Nurses in Cancer Care and a fellow of the American Academy of Nursing.
Presentan terbaik. Oh ya? Kan dia tiap grup terus 9 orang kan di grup aku. Terus aku nggak tahu akhirnya ternyata oh ya ada silakan diumumkan jurinya minta 2 presentan terbaik diumumkan. Terus dia bilang jurinya skornya sama. Pertama habis ini sama. Tapi nggak ini sih nggak ada hadiah. Nggak ada hadiah. Ya soalnya aku sama yang satu lagi yang skornya sama dengan aku, yang satu yang skornya sama dengan aku bukan orang Indonesia, Jobs with Vera dari nggak tahu dari mana, Kamboja atau dari mana? Ya, kayaknya sih dia nilainya karena dari bahasa Inggrisnya kelancarannya sih. Terus yang lain
itu spontan nggak sih kayak ada nilainya?
maksudnya?
Ada nilainya.
Ya jurinya ternyata nilai nggak tahu jadi mereka dia nilai gitu. Hah?
Maksudnya usaha kamu dari kemarin sebenarnya nggak sia-sia gitu.
Yang enggak
Ini Pak, bisa Pak?
Cek. 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 Cek.
Sehingga nanti bisa beredar di masyarakat. Proses pembuatan pasta gigi ini sebenarnya cukup sederhana, yaitu mencampurkan lendir bekicot dengan bahan seperti air, xylitol, dan minyak peppermint. Tim Liputan.
Welcome back to the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference 2021 event. Thanks to all distinguished participants who have done their presentation. The last event is closing. Let's close the first day of the second International Nursing and Health Sciences Conference 2021 by reading Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We are, as the Master of Ceremony, on behalf of all the event committee, will extend our appreciation and send apologies if there have been any shortcoming from this event. We will see you again on the second day. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah, nun wal qalami wa mayasturun, fastabiqul khairat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat datang di Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Kita mulai dari gedung rektorat. Gedung rektorat ini biasanya mengurusi segala sesuatu dan urusan yang menyangkut Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. UMP ini punya banyak banget pilihan prodi yang bisa kalian pilih. Jadi UMP punya 11 fakultas, program pasca sarjana, program profesi buat guru, apoteker, dan juga program buat nurse. Dan yang perlu kalian tahu, UMP ini adalah kampus swasta terbesar di Jawa Tengah bagian barat. UMP ini berdiri sejak 5 April 1965. Jadi udah banyak banget alumni yang tersebar di dalam maupun luar negeri. Kalian suka nongkrong atau kalian orangnya suka ngopi, tenang. Di UMP ini ada gedung penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang emang didesain ala kafe. Jadi di sini tuh kopinya enak-enak. Dan kalau kalian mahasiswa baru di sini, pasti suka banget tempat ini. Buat kalian yang suka foto-foto, UMP has the answer. Jadi air mancur ini adalah spot terbaik buat kalian foto-foto kalau kalian jadi mahasiswa baru atau kalian wisuda. Jadi ini adalah komplek gazebo dari UMP. Di sini kalian bisa nyantui atau berteduh, atau kalian bisa menikmati fasilitas internet yang super cepat. Jadi ini adalah lapangan basketnya UMP. Selain itu kalian bisa main bola atau kalian main tenis dan kalian juga bisa jogging. Di belakangku ini adalah Masjid Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan. Jadi buat kalian yang belum tahu Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan itu siapa, beliau adalah pendiri dari Muhammadiyah. Makanya UMP mengabadikan nama beliau menjadi nama masjid ini. Dan buat kalian yang suka diskusi, di sini juga disediakan tempat untuk diskusi. Dan kalau malam, ini masjid keren banget karena ada cahaya-cahaya lampu yang bikin masjid ini tambah megah. Kalian penasaran nggak dengan gedung tertinggi di Purwokerto? Ini adalah UMP Tower atau Gedung Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin. Yang dimana di dalam gedung itu banyak banget fasilitas yang menunjang kegiatan akademik di UMP. Kalau kamu pengen jadi dokter, UMP ini punya fasilitas laboratorium yang lengkap dan nyaman. Dan kalian gak usah khawatir karena ditunjang dengan tenaga pendidik yang profesional. Areal seluas 5 hektar dengan pemandangan yang asri. Ini adalah kompleks Sains Tekno. Jadi di sini tuh ada kafe, ada asrama unggulan, ada masjid, ada research center, dan yang unik di sini ada kebun kelapa kopior. Kalau ngomongin kebun kelapa yang di UMP, ini adalah Coconut Research Centernya UMP yang khusus meneliti tentang kelapa kopior dan plasma nutfannya. Dan gak main-main, untuk meneliti kelapa kopior ini berkolaborasi dengan sirat dari Prancis dan juga University of Queensland dari Australia. Oh, ini keren banget desain cuy. Jadi pengen makan kopior. Ini adalah asrama unggulan UMP. Selayaknya asrama, kalian bisa istirahat, kalian bisa belajar, dan di sini juga ada program-program unggulan seperti tahfidz, belajar bahasa Inggris, bahasa Arab, dan kalian juga bisa belajar leadership dan entrepreneur. Jadi itu tadi kampus tour Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Dan buat kalian yang punya rekomendasi kampus mana yang harus aku jelajahi, silahkan komen di bawah. Dan juga buat kalian jangan lupa like, comment, share, and subscribe. Dan see you. Untuk kelapa kopior dan